Is that story about former Jazz star Rudy Gobert, who found himself in a headlock during a huge in-game brawl between Minnesota and Golden State last night. Former Jazz All-Star Mike Conley is also now with the Timberwolves and tells Bailey Sports North his thoughts on the brawl.
Afterwards, I saw it and I was like, man, he's probably getting ejected. When I saw that, so I don't know what was going on between them two, but it is what it is.
Gobert was trying to pull an opposing player away from the brawl when Warriors forward Draymond Green put him in a headlock. Green was ejected, Gobert was not. Many on social media calling for Green to get a lengthy suspension. ESPN's Jay Williams this morning says he expects it to be about 10 games. Despite the rough overall start to the season, the Jazz are doing well in the in-season tournament. Last night, the Jazz beat Portland to improve to 2-0 in group play. They're back at home for their next tournament game against the Phoenix Suns coming up on Friday. Our top national story this hour from ABC News. Thousands of Starbucks workers are planning a walkout tomorrow on one of the company's busiest days. They are accusing Starbucks of overloading them with customer orders without proper staffing. Here's ABC's Whit Johnson.
A massively popular promotional event when Starbucks gives out those holiday-themed reusable cups, typically one of the most profitable days of the year for the company. Thousands of unionized workers from hundreds of locations across the country are set to walk off the job. They're accusing Starbucks of refusing to bargain over staffing and other issues at a time when the company announced record sales.
Starbucks claims the union for those workers have not come to the bargaining table in more than 4 months. Your money at this moment, having another good day today on the markets. We're up 167 on the Dow, up 25 now on the S&P, and up 86 points on the NASDAQ. Coming up, we'll see some rain after midnight tonight and linger through tomorrow morning's drive, so make sure you're back with us early. KSL News Time is 9:03. We have enough people running around Broadcast House at 4 in the morning to field a football team.
Producers, reporters, the traffic team, and us.
This is Tim and Amanda.
Join us each morning from 5 to 9 on KSL News Radio.
Backed by popular demand, A Gentry Christmas. The most beloved Christmas songs of all time, brought to life with epic orchestrations and lush harmony. Bring your family together to experience A Gentry Christmas. Friday and Saturday, November 24th and 25th. For tickets, visit liveattheeccles.com. Presented by Zions Bank.
Do you know how to tell if a clogged drain is something to worry about or not? What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and I understand it's annoying and inconvenient, but sometimes a clogged drain can be a sign there's a more serious issue with your sewer main line. If the drains in the lowest level of your home aren't draining, or you flush a toilet and it comes up somewhere else like a shower or a floor drain, I'm urging you to look at this as more than just an annoyance. The last thing I want you to experience is a sewer backup. If you're a homeowner experiencing any of these issues, the first step would be to snake the line to see if it's just a blockage, which one of our drain techs can do for only $29. Yep, you heard that right. Any Hour Services will snake any drain line with normal access for only $29. Sinks, showers, tubs, toilets, floor drains, laundry drains, even that sewer main line that connects to the city. We'll snake any line for just $29. For help with your drain issues, call Any Hour Services at 801-443-7700. You can Google Any Hour Services. You can even schedule online at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Life is full of change and uncertainty. Sometimes it feels impossible to know what to focus on or who to listen to. In his new book, Heart of the Matter, What 100 Years of Living Has Taught Me, President Russell M. Nelson sheds light on how we can find meaning in mortality, how to focus on what really matters. Pulling from a century of life experience as a surgeon, father, and prophet, he reassures readers that there really are unchanging truths that can anchor us in an ever-changing world. Get yours today at a Deseret Bookstore or deseretbook.com.
We're going abroad for the first time in years, to Spain. So we started using Babbel.
And started learning Spanish fast.
With Babbel, you can start having conversations in another language in just 3 weeks.
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿Cómo te llamas?
When you learn a language, you want to actually use it. Babbel is designed with that goal in mind.
In just 3 weeks, we're starting to have conversations in Spanish. Gracias, Babbel.
Babbel, language for life. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com.
Hello, this is former Utah Governor Gary Herbert. Salt Lake City is fortunate to have a mayor who cares more about results than partisan politics, and that's why I've endorsed Mayor Aaron Mendenhall for re-election. We don't always agree on policy, but she's always willing to listen and to collaborate. Erin is crisis tested and has proven to be a strong leader for Salt Lake City. I hope you'll vote Erin Mendenhall for mayor and return your ballot today.
Learn more at erinmendenhall.com. Paid for by Erin Mendenhall for Salt Lake City.
Time again for traffic and weather together, brought to you here by Granite Credit Union's new Dividend Plus checking account. Andy, have we put this morning drive to bed yet?
For the most part. Still have some slowing 201 eastbound near Bangor for some reason, and then heavy traffic on I-15 still in place between 7200 and 5300 South. Davis County, though, cleared on the freeway both directions. We had some slowing on I-80 into the Sugar House construction. That is now cleared as well. Enjoy Utah's beautiful snow and whole family fun with winter tubing at Soldier Hollow in Midway. Experience longer tubing lanes, shorter lines, and more fun. Book your session now at UtahOlympicLegacy.org. I'm Andy Farnsworth in the KSL Traffic Center.
Well, the rest of the day today will be partly cloudy. We'll have highs in the 60s. May well be the last time we see those temps for a while. It's going to cool down tomorrow with some light rain overnight and in the morning, so keep that in mind for your morning drive. Highs are going to be in the mid-50s, and I think Matt was saying this morning the snow level going to be dropping down to about 8,000 feet. Right now in Salt Lake City, it's already warmed up to 52 degrees at KSL News Radio, 102.7 FM, 1160 AM, and KSLNewsRadio.com, Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Dave and Dujanovic, your morning companions for talk, analysis, and key perspectives on Utah's biggest stories on KSL News Radio.
Today's show is laced with lots of aggression. We have a U.S. Senate hearing that almost turned into a fight club moment.
Fight, fight, fight.
And we have the chokehold on the basketball court in the NBA of beloved former Utah Jazz player Rudy Gobert. That is trending all over the world.
Debbie, I am so angry right now. I love Rudy. Rudy's my guy. To see him in a chokehold yesterday, I about went through the TV.
Unreal.
It's 9:08. It's time for the launch.
Sequence engaged.
And here are 3 things Debbie wants you to know.
Countdown. 3.
Well, congratulations to the new Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson. Didn't think he would overperform in his first big test, and he did it. He did it. He got a budget, at least a stopgap measure through. And he did it by reaching across the aisle to Democrats to get their buy-in for the bipartisan approval he needed to get this temporary measure passed. In fact, we're going to ask Congressman Blake Moore. He's dialing the show at 11 o'clock this morning, in the 11 o'clock hour, excuse me. I think he's calling it about 11:20. We've got lots to talk about with Representative Blake Moore. Not only is he a rising star back in Congress, but we want to know how the vote went down to avert a shutdown.
Well, looking at what Mike Johnson did, he did the exact same thing as Kevin McCarthy. Mm-hmm. He did the exact same thing that cost Kevin McCarthy his job. So how did Mike Johnson get away with it? Or did he?
Countdown. 2.
From Senate hearing to fight club, United States Senator, former MMA fighter, by the way, challenging the Teamsters Union president to go from a Senate hearing to fisticuffs right here, right now. At 10:05, why? And also good on accidental 82-year-old referee, Senator Bernie Sanders, for telling them to sit down and knock it off.
Well, stand your butt up then.
You stand your butt up.
Oh, hold on.
Big guy.
Oh, stop it.
Is that your solution every poll?
No, sit down. Sit down. Okay. You're a United States Senator. Sit down.
Active.
Oh, okay. Sit down, please.
I am dying. This is the funniest interaction I've ever seen. You want to fight? Yeah, I want to fight. You stand up. No, you stand up. It's like 6th grade all over again.
Let me poke the bear, Dave.
Well, stand your butt up then.
You stand your butt up.
Oh, hold on.
Big guy.
Oh, stop it.
Is that your solution every
You're
poll?
dumb. No, you're dumb.
Down.
You're the dumbest. You're the dumbest person I've ever met in my whole entire life.
Active.
Want to fight?
Okay. Sit down,
Behind
please.
recess. Behind the playground.
Launch. Countdown. 1.
I told you this show was laced with aggression. A wild scene in the NBA last night. Is it Draymond?
Draymond.
I've never heard of this player before. Draymond Green attacked former Utah Jazz great, and I do know of Rudy Gobert.
Well, Draymond has got Gobert in a chokehold. This is ridiculous.
0% surprised that this attack came from Draymond Green. 0% surprised. Of course it came from Draymond. Draymond's been suspended so many times in this league for dirty play. He's kicked an opponent in the groin. He was suspended last year when he punched a teammate out at practice. He just clotheslined Rudy Gobert. He jumped on a player's chest that was on the ground. This guy is so dirty. He will most certainly be suspended, but could he be charged criminally?
Dave and Dujanovic.
The Launch.
Commence.
Dave and Dujanovic. Special coverage of the top national story.
When I first heard this story on my way in, I was listening to Utah's Morning News. I heard Tim and Amanda talking about it. And first of all, my heart sank because it's the beloved Rudy Gobert that this happened to. And then I watched the video. I hadn't seen the video. I watched it with you, Dave, in the newsroom, and I was appalled at what was happening. It wasn't just like he sort of put him in a chokehold. He was dragging Rudy across the floor. It's indefensible. And I got a question. We're going to ask KSL legal analyst Greg Skordas this question. Could this lead to criminal charges involving Green?
It wouldn't be the first time that
Really?
a player has been charged. The NBA has spent a lot of time, money, effort to reduce fights in the NBA. Back in the 70s, Deb, there was a player named Rudy Dujanovic. He got punched by Kermit Washington. Dujanovic nearly died. It was that violent of a punch. So ever since then, the league has really cracked down with severe suspensions and fines to reduce this fighting, but rarely, almost never, criminal charges.
So the Minnesota Timberwolves playing against the Golden State Warriors, they were in California. There was an altercation between two players at half court. And this is just right at the beginning of the game.
Yeah.
They're pushing and pulling each other's jerseys a little bit. And then Rudy Gobert tries to break up this altercation from behind. He puts his arms around the opposing player's chest and this is how I see it. He's trying to pull him away.
Yeah, and that is standard procedures in breaking up fights. Everyone just tries to pull everyone away from each other, create some separation.
But then when Rudy puts his hands on the opposing player, Draymond Green comes in with a flying, what you call it a clothesline chokehold. It just looked brutal to me. He's got Rudy in a chokehold, and then he starts dragging Rudy backwards, and it's like to me it looked like the chokehold was getting tighter and tighter. Listen to the announcers describe what happened.
This is what I'm saying. Well, Draymond has got Gobert in a chokehold. This is ridiculous. Draymond Green should be done. That was unreal from Draymond Green.
It was coming from last game to all the smack talking that was going on the last game. I just had a sense, Michael, that it was going to be Draymond Green. It was going to be a physical game. So Draymond and Rudy are pushing.
Green comes in there, a chokehold on Rudy Gobert. Steve Kerr is telling Draymond, let go, let go.
Oh, so the coach.
Finally, he does.
Coach Kerr is telling him, let go, let go. What's a typical punishment for things like this?
He will most definitely be suspended without pay. He'll be fined. It could cost him millions. There was a player that choked his coach, Latrell Sprewell, choked out PJ Carlesimo. He was suspended for the entire season, 68 games, and it cost him over $6 million.
So it shocked me that Coach Kerr, Steve Kerr, after the game, especially hearing that he was yelling at Draymond to let go of Rudy Gobert's neck during the game. Here's what Kerr said after. He defended Draymond's actions.
If you watch the replay, Rudy had his hands on Clay's neck, and that's why Draymond went after Rudy. And I saw one replay right after it happened. Guys on the back of the bench were telling us that Rudy had Draymond or had Clay, and that's why Draymond went at Rudy. So that's all I know.
Did you see the replay of you telling Draymond to let him go? Let him go.
I want to ask KSL legal analyst Greg Skordas, Dave. I mean, Coach Kerr seems like he's defending Draymond's Green's actions. Is it defensible? What would Greg do if he were a prosecutor currently watching this replay? We'll ask him next.
Dave and Dujanovic.
We're expanding Dave and Dujanovic on KSL.
Now they'll be live on Fridays.
Starting in January, hear Dave and Debbie at 9 and the movie show at 11.
Finally, Friday on KSL News Radio.
From graduating in East High Leopard.
He owned Utah's first Edsel dealership, which turned out to be short-lived.
To a world religious leader.
He worked hand in hand with people of their faith in particularly charitable ways.
Treated everybody with such dignity and respect, constantly introducing people to the church.
He was quite visionary. Yeah. It's hard to imagine him not being here.
We honor and remember the life of President M. Russell Ballard on this station, KSL News Radio.
Hey, BYU football fans, come see KSL's own Mitch Harper this Friday, November 17th at Macy's Grocery Store in Orem, 800 North State Street from 4 to 7 p.m. Fun, prizes, and chances to win tickets to the BYU-Oklahoma football game or a $50 Macy's gift card. You'll have multiple chances to win every hour. And during the broadcast, be sure to visit the Macy's Meat Department and pick up some of their easy meals. They're all cut, seasoned, and prepared for you. Just put them on the grill or in the oven and you have dinner in a snap. Those meals are perfect for dinner or any tailgate party. So celebrate the football season and join KSL's own Mitch Harper this Friday, November 17th at Macy's Tailgate in Orem from 4 to 7 p.m. Food, activities for the family, and enter to win tickets to the BYU-Oklahoma football game or a $50 Macy's gift card. Macy's. Happy shopping.
Are you a business owner with over 25 employees? Are you currently using a PEO for payroll, HR, or benefits? If so, you're spending a lot more money than you need to. My name is Keith with Magellan. PEOs charge $25 to $40 per employee per month, and that's before the hidden markups that go straight into their pocket. Did you know that most PEOs charge you a higher tax rate than they have to? Did you know that most PEOs don't shop your insurance policies to get the best prices? Those two markups alone cost your company thousands each year. The bottom line is PEOs are the most expensive way to manage payroll, HR, and benefits. What if there was a way to handle all of your HR needs for a fraction of the cost? Last month, we did a side-by-side comparison for a company with 60 employees. They saved $80,000 a year without giving up a single service, feature, or benefit. We're Magellan. We provide payroll, HR, and benefits for less, a lot less. Text HCM to 57500 now to get a free comparison to see how much you could save.
Security alert! Dan the Laptop Man here from PC Laptops. Microsoft has pushed out its final version of Windows 10 before it discontinues security updates for the platform. This is super important because running a discontinued operating system is a security concern, and it puts you at a much higher risk for not only viruses and malware, but for hackers getting into your computers, programs, and accounts, or even worse, hacking your webcam and spying on you. Don't worry, we can help you for free. If you have a PC you didn't buy from us, we'll take care of you. We'll give you a free Windows 11 security evaluation. Plus, while your computer is in for service, we'll scan it for malware and viruses for free. Remember, it can be any brand of PC. I don't care where you bought it. We'll scan it for free. Come into any PC Laptops locations right now or check us out at PCLaptops.com. That's PCLaptops.com, where we love you.
Gillette Heating and Air Conditioning is offering furnace maintenance for 30% off. Call 385-GET-HEAT today to take advantage of this limited time offer. Carrier, turn to the experts.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed? Because no two people sleep the same. Only the Sleep Number smart bed lets you each choose your individual firmness and comfort, your Sleep Number setting. The Climate 360 smart bed is so smart it actively cools or warms up to 13 degrees on either side for your ideal sleep temperature. J.D. Power now ranks Sleep Number #1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased in-store. During our Black Friday sale, save 50% on the Sleep Number Limited Edition Smart Bed. For J.D. Power 2023 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
I'm so stressed about my business not being ready for the holidays.
Ooma.
What is that? Meditation?
I'm recommending the Ooma cloud phone system with auto attendant and more than 35 features.
Ooma?
Yep. Switching to Ooma is a cinch. Starts at $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Now you're feeling it. Visit Ooma.com. That's OOMA.com to learn more. Ooma. Smart communications for the smarter business.
With the three things you need to know this hour, I'm Tim Hughes. First, a man in Magna is dead after an overnight shooting and an almost hostage situation. Second, 6 people are dead after a school bus crash in Ohio, including 3 students. And third, more Utah ski resorts delaying their opening days with very little snow in the mountains. We're going to shoot for a high today of 66 degrees, and right now in Salt Lake City, cloudy and 52. Let's get you back to Dave and Dujanovic on KSL News Radio.
Dave and Dujanovic. Special coverage of the top national stories.
This is one of those situations where I feel like it goes beyond just a sports story. And not just because it's former Jazz player Rudy Gobert, but that has a lot to do with it. He got put in a chokehold last night by NBA bad boy Draymond Green. Never heard of this guy. Never knew of him, but I know about Rudy. And he's loved in Utah.
We love Rudy. And Draymond is the heel of the NBA. He is the bad guy. He loves it. He plays it up. And this kind of behavior is pretty normal. Now, Draymond's been around for years. He's been around for more than 10 years in the league.
Didn't know that.
Debbie, he, in the past, over the years, he's kicked another player in the groin. He's punched his own teammate. Last year, he punched his teammate out. He's choked Gobert. He jumped on the chest of an opposing player that was laying on the ground. He is a dirty, dirty player.
Last night was, it just made me sick to my stomach to watch the replays. Watched it this morning. Didn't know this happened. Went to bed. Didn't even pay attention to any of the games last night. And then I woke up and heard Tim and Amanda talking about this.
This is what I'm saying.
Well, Draymond has got Gobert in a chokehold. This is ridiculous. Draymond Green should be done. That was really unreal from Draymond Green.
It was coming from last game to all the smack talking that was going on the last game. I just had a sense, Michael, that it was going to be Draymond Green. It was going to be a physical game. So Draymond and Rudy are pushing.
Green comes in there, a chokehold on Rudy Gobert.
Draymond and Rudy have a history, too. They've always had this antagonistic relationship because both are great defensive players. Rudy Gobert, 3-time Defensive Player of the Year. Draymond's always jealous whenever Rudy won. So there was always this chirping back and forth.
I look at video like this, though, and this wasn't just it looked like the chokehold was getting tighter and tighter, and Green was dragging Rudy backward. And Rudy was as big of a player, as big of a guy as he is. It was a chokehold that Rudy really couldn't. He was being dragged, tripping backwards. He couldn't fight back against. I felt like this is assault. This is not just guys being guys on a basketball court, incidental contact. This is assault. It's intentional at this point. You're trying to choke somebody out of taking a breath.
You're speaking about criminally charging him. That is definitely a possibility. They are not protected, so to speak. They're NBA players. It's not like a boxing match where you're like, well, if you get punched, it's part of the sports, right? There's no protections that way. Typically, the NBA just finds these players that get in a fight. They'll suspend them without pay for games, and it can cost them a ton of money, millions of dollars.
Greg Skordas, former prosecutor here in Utah. You're a defense attorney now, so I know you've seen these situations from both sides. But when you look at video of an NBA game and you see something like this, is it just players being players in your view?
Well, unfortunately, it probably is. And if you think about any hockey game that was played last night in our entire country, there had to have been at least one or two fights that break out. And I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's not criminal. Assault is assault. But we just wrestled with those all the time when I was at the district attorney's office as to at what point you would really ever charge a player for harming another player in connection with a game. And nationally, we don't see that happen very often unless it's something really, really over the top because, emotions come up and it happens in day-to-day life as well. But those get charged far more often. But in the sporting arena, boy, I just find that prosecutors and law enforcement are really reluctant to charge somebody for criminal conduct in connection with a sporting event.
Yeah, to be honest, Greg, if we had the same kind of video of me running out there, clotheslining somebody into a ginormous chokehold, I would be shocked if I just got away with you know what, Dave, you shouldn't do that.
No, you'd be charged with a felony because choking someone is really what we call aggravated assault under Utah law. If you do cause them something that could potentially create a serious medical issue for them, such as obstructing their airway, that's more than just simple assault. That would be felony aggravated assault. And yeah, Dave, you would be charged. You and I would both be charged. But boy, I don't see that happening in a case like this. We'll see. I'm sure that the local law enforcement is going to take a look at it. I'm sure that the local district attorney will take a look at it and make decisions on what to do. But it would be very uncommon for someone to be charged for something like this.
Well, and for me, it didn't seem like an incidental contact that Green was trying to just get Rudy out of the situation. It seemed like he continued to drag Rudy backwards where that chokehold was getting tighter and tighter, at least from my vantage point. But I have to say, though, Greg, you look at what happened regarding the hockey player who had his throat slit and bled out on the ice, Adam Johnson. He was an American hockey player. And officials in, I believe, England made an arrest of the opposing player who slit his throat with the skate. They made an arrest for manslaughter yesterday in this case.
Yeah, and sometimes, Debbie, the injury becomes so significant and so severe that you simply can't ignore it, or the conduct becomes so outrageous. And Draymond Green's may very well cross that threshold where he's literally choking Gobert. He's it's not he's not trying to restrain Gobert from getting to the basket or from doing something else. It's clearly an assault. I mean, there's no question about it. But you have to look at these cases on a incident by incident basis, and prosecutors do that and recognize that it's going to be very difficult to sustain a conviction when it happens as a part of the playing environment.
Did you also feel as a prosecutor, if you charged one, you'd spend your lifetime every day charging professional players for different incidents like this because they happen so often?
Exactly. I mean, that's a great point, Debbie, because we don't charge these things. We really don't in America. It's part of the environment. And so, I mean, if you rush the field and you attack a player as a spectator, you're going to get charged. But in the heat of battle, we sometimes look the other way. It's unfortunate, or maybe it's fortunate. I don't know. Like you say, we'd be charging these cases all day long. Right,
yeah,
right.
Maybe it's just more realistic that sometimes in sports bad things happen or uncomfortable situations come up.
Well, Greg, there's a level of physicality in sports. I think of boxing, like you certainly couldn't charge with criminality in boxing because that's the sport. And I think maybe there is an argument to be made that this is just a part of sport, just like you said with the NHL. Fighting happens all the time. It's just part of the sport. But from what I'm hearing you say, there are no legal protections per se.
No, there's not. There's nothing there's no exception to the criminal code for a conduct committed during the course of an athletic event. I mean, we don't see that. That's a good question, though. And as a practical matter, as a legal matter, I should say, we don't see that. But as a practical matter, we work that way. That's how our prosecutors and our law enforcement generally look at these cases, sadly. But that's how it is.
Greg Skordas, thank you. What a great conversation. And Debbie, like I said, this doesn't happen very often that it gets charged criminally. The last one that I know of was the Malice in the Palace. This was back in the early 2000s.
I remember this.
Where 3 players were charged, sentenced. It was almost a nothing. It was 1 year probation, 60 hours of community service, and a $250 fine.
Ooh, not much, huh? I do want to know what happens going forward. We don't have much time, but we can come back to this conversation in the 11 o'clock hour. So let's do that. Let's keep an eye on what's happening in the NBA with this incident involving Rudy Gobert, who was choked and put in a chokehold last night by Draymond Green. Straight ahead, congratulations to new Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson. I didn't think he could get it done, and he did it. He outperformed on his first big test. We'll talk about that next.
KSL News Time now is 9:30. I'm Tim Hughes with a look at our top stories this half hour. Police say they shot a man dead this morning after what soon turned into a potential hostage situation. One neighbor says she and her husband heard what sounded like shotgun going off just after midnight, and they went to the Ring camera to see what was going on.
And that's where we heard everything else. We heard cops yelling at the guy who was holding the gun, I'm assuming, and we heard a lady screaming.
Sergeant Melody Cutler from the Unified Police Department says SWAT and police officers saw the armed man walk a woman out of the nearby house.
And the male fired additional shots. The female went down to the ground and they believed that she had been shot, and so they returned fire.
The woman is unharmed, and the Salt Lake City Police Department is leading an investigation into exactly what happened. The only survivor of a small plane crash in the mountains above Provo is a 22-year-old from Springville. No names have been released, but the Utah County Sheriff's Office says the two people killed in the crash were a 26-year-old from Hideout, Utah, and a 23-year-old from Santaquin. Our top national story this hour from ABC News. The National Transportation Safety Board is in Columbus, Ohio, after a deadly fiery bus crash. 3 members of a high school marching band died. Police say the bus was involved in a chain reaction crash that also involved a semi-truck. We get more from ABC's Alex Perche from Columbus.
Of the 3 teens killed, the youngest was 15. Police confirming at least 3 other people were killed in a car that was also involved in the crash, and more than a dozen others were taken to hospitals.
6 people are dead, 18 people injured in all. Your money at this moment, the market's staying in the green so far this morning after a great close yesterday. The Dow is up another 116. That's 0.3%. The S&P percentage-wise having an even better day. It's up 0.4% or 19 points. And the NASDAQ is up almost 0.6% now, on the plus side by 79. Coming up, temperatures will cool down today and tomorrow. We'll check the full forecast next. KSL News Time, 9:33.
Early mornings can be hard enough, just getting yourself going.
We try to make it a little easier with news and weather from comfortable, trusted anchors and reporters.
Join us on Utah's Morning News between 5 and 9
on KSL News Radio.
Debbie, I came to a realization that when I eat unhealthy food, it's because it's there, it's convenient. Not because I don't like healthy food. I love healthy food. It's just not as convenient.
You need to go to fedupkitchen.com. Right now, order online for next day pickup, or you can also set up delivery because, Dave, these are healthy meals already prepped. You just go pick them up, you take them home, you put them in your refrigerator, and they're in those awesome little prep containers that we all love, and then you heat it and eat it.
I think you and I have both done those delivery services where they send you fresh food, but then you've got to spend the next 30 or 45 minutes preparing the meal, messing up your kitchen, causing all these dishes.
I couldn't keep up with the one I tried.
Too much work.
This is why I love the Fed Up Kitchen concept. They do all of that work for you, and they use healthy ingredients, and they keep the calories realistic. Like some of the meals that I was eating, I looked it up, Dave, they're 350 calories. And then there's delicious snacks and healthy snacks as well that you can order.
But I found them very filling because they're high in protein, low in carbs, and fat. All you have to do is go to fedupkitchen.com. That's fedupkitchen.com.
Marie Osmond, an orchestral Christmas. Saturday, December 2nd at Eccles Theater. Merry Christmas. With special guest David Osmond. Live at the Eccles presents Marie Osmond. An orchestral Christmas, live in concert. Tickets on sale now at liveeccles.com.
This is Derek Miller of the Salt Lake Chamber with your Utah Business Report. For the 13th year in a row, Salt Lake City-based My 529 has earned top honors from Morningstar. Utah's Educational Savings Plan was one of only 2 plans nationwide to receive a gold analyst rating for 2023. Over 50 savings plans were assessed by Morningstar for investment quality, asset allocation, state oversight, and fees. Analysts noted that gold-rated plans like My 529 stand out through their investment option construction, stewardship, and low costs. My 529's run of 13 consecutive top ratings is an accomplishment no other 529 plan has matched within the industry. Over the same 13 years, a kindergartner could have grown up, graduated from high school, enrolled in college, and used their My 529 funds to pay for qualified education expenses. The Salt Lake Chamber. We stand as the voice of business.
Crossroads of the West Gun Show comes to the Golden Spike Arena at the Weber County Fairgrounds this weekend. Get great deals on guns, ammo, plus you can buy, sell, or trade at the show.
Introducing Yes, heating, air conditioning, plumbing, and electric. We're bringing all of Utah's favorite HVAC, plumbing, and electrical brands under one roof. Maximize your energy savings with a new energy-efficient heating and cooling system from Yes, and you could save up to $4,500 through possible tax credits and other discounts. Purchase a new system today, and Yes will buy back your old inefficient HVAC system. Visit theyesmancan.com to schedule your appointment. Call now or visit theyesmancan.com for details, terms, and conditions.
Traffic and weather together, brought to you by Granite Credit Union's new Dividend Plus checking account. Heather Kelly, what's it looking like out there?
It's looking really good right now, Tim. No problems on the I-15 corridor throughout Utah, Salt Lake, Davis, and Weber counties. No issues on the east and west side belt routes, and even down in Utah County where we had a pretty bad crash on SR 73 earlier in the drive. That crash is gone, as well as all the delays. Celebrate the season in charming Logan Saturday, November 25th with outdoor ice skating, candy ornamented window displays, Christmas market, Santa, carolers, parade, tree lighting, and fireworks. It's like Hallmark exploded downtown. Explore Logan.com. Heather Kelly in the KSL Traffic Center.
We'll get some rain overnight and tomorrow, so it might be a wet commute. Make sure you're with Utah's Morning News bright and early at 5. But the rest of today, just partly cloudy, highs in the 60s. Best chance of precipitation tomorrow, Saturday, and Sunday for those of you that may be headed down to Lavelle Edwards Stadium for that early kick against Oklahoma. Right now it's 54 degrees at KSL News Radio, 102.7 FM, 1160 AM, and KSLNewsRadio.com, Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Dave and Dujanovic.
Really excited for 2024. And here's why. We're finally going to be on Fridays in 2024. First of the year, we're going to Fridays, 9 to 11 a.m. on Fridays.
I just told one of my friends that, and she's like, seriously? You're going to be on Friday? She's like, oh, I love it. That's going to be so great. But at the same time, don't worry about the movie show. If you love the movie show is going to be on as well. Same day, but it's going to be from 11 to 1.
And they're not taking us off the air Monday through Thursday, just to be clear. We're going to be Monday through Friday to get you launched into your weekend.
America's top political story. Special coverage with Dave and Dujanovic.
Well done. Well done. Congrats to the new Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson. The guy we knew nothing about just like 3 weeks ago. Didn't think he would overperform in his first big test, but I don't know how he did it. We're going to hear more from Congressman Blake Moore of Utah, who's calling the show in the 11 o'clock hour to talk about this, and also the fact that he himself is a rising star in the Republican Party. He reached across the aisle, convinced Democrats, got their buy-in, Dave, for bipartisan approval of a temporary government funding bill, which averts a shutdown.
Again, this is a temporary fix. This is a finger in the dike of the dam. I mean, this is not the long-term solution that we're looking for. This is just, hey, let's delay this until January or February. So this was the first big hurdle he had to get over. What I find very interesting about this is this move that he made, reaching across the aisle, getting some Democratic support for this. This is the very move that cost Kevin McCarthy, not the Cowboys coach, Kevin McCarthy his job.
93 Republicans voted against it. So he's the GOP. He's a Republican Speaker of the House, and 93 of his fellow Republicans said, yeah, we don't like your plan. So here's how the vote went down. It was 336 in favor, 95 opposed. 93 of those 95 are opposed or members of his own party. So NBC News, other media chasing Mike Johnson, Speaker Johnson, through the halls after the vote happened, ask him, all right, how are you going to reach out to the 93 of the GOP who said it's a no-go for them?
Any concern about the number of Republican defections there were?
We'll get our team together and run the agenda. We're ready to do that.
How do you get your team together from here?
You'll see.
You'll see. I don't know if he has a plan.
I was going to say that's code for, I don't know. Do you have a good idea?
Yeah, but it's the same way McCarthy got ousted. But I did read that Republicans are willing to give Johnson a mulligan. I think it's kind of a stick-to-the-man McCarthy moment when they say they're willing to give Johnson a mulligan on this. And maybe they're in the holiday spirit. Imagine a government shutdown around the Christmas and, the holiday spending season.
Yeah, they've done it before.
I know.
Yeah. What I wonder, though, is, again, this is just a few weeks. This is going to be maybe a couple of months, 6 weeks, 8 weeks before they have to address this again. Sure, the Republicans spent half the time trying to figure out who the speaker was going to even be.
They wasted the time.
They wasted a lot of time. They didn't get a budget together. Not that they were ever going to figure it out in the first place, but this, again, is pushing the ball down the road just a little bit farther.
But it's interesting because he's pushing the ball down the road in phases. I find this very curious. So let me talk about the latter approach that Speaker Johnson went with. I don't know if this has happened before. I didn't have time to do a Wikipedia search on that, but he's using a staggered approach with the deadlines. So the potential is there for 2 government shutdowns right after the first of the year. The first one would come on January 19th, and then the next one would come on February 2nd. So let me explain how this is going to work. The bill that got passed staggers those deadlines. So they have funded agriculture, transportation, Veterans Affairs, military construction, and also energy through January 19th. Then they've funded all other agencies, including defense spending, until the Defense Department, until February 2nd. So now they come back after the holiday season, and hopefully they're working through it somewhat on this, because we don't like these last-minute continuing resolutions that happen. They will figure out how to merge all this together. But what is also not in the bill is spending for Ukraine, Israel, and border security. So they haven't figured those big pieces out yet either. So there's still a lot of work to be done. But I thought the staggered approach to the shutdown, I think it's a great idea.
Well,
you don't shut down the whole government all at once. If you don't have you have a little extra time, it buys you a little extra time.
I find it more curious that the point that you just made was that Ukraine funding for Israel, border security, none of that is in any of these bills. Okay, so that's great that we're still funding military and military construction, whatever it might be. But that still doesn't address what's going on right now with Ukraine and Israel.
We'll ask more when Congressman Blake Moore calls us in the 11 o'clock hour. He's actually on the docket to call in at 11:20 this morning. Straight ahead, there's a new study out. It's a study by JAMA, Journal of American Medical Association. Is that what JAMA stands for? Can't remember.
Sure.
Yeah. Dave's like, yeah. I think that's what.
Sure.
Reporter for the Desert News, Lois Collins, knows all about it. Wrote a very intriguing article about the life expectancy gap, Dave, between men and women. It has widened. Men are dying way sooner, way earlier than men, and she's got a list of reasons why.
Dave and Dujanovic. Treat yourself to the depth and analysis on Inside Sources.
Floyd Matheson goes beyond the headlines of the biggest stories.
Listen to Inside Sources from 1 to 3
on KSL News Radio.
Hi, this is Doug Wright, and you've heard me talk about my friends at NPS. They've been serving customers in Salt Lake City and the surrounding areas since 1968. A lot of people are asking me, and I was curious too, why are the NPS prices so very low? Well, the business started with a simple concept of assisting other businesses with their overstock, refused and unclaimed and even damaged merchandise, and it grew from there to where it is today, being able to offer every customer the same incredible pricing, 30 to 70% off on any given day. And then the additional specials, it is remarkable. NPS has 4 retail outlets, plus an online store and auctions each week with items from everyday necessities to unique products. Everything from groceries, produce, frozen, deli, clothes, clothing, accessories, home decor, electronics, hardware and tools, arts and crafts, health and beauty. It goes on and on. Orem, Salt Lake, Layton, you're going to love NPS.
Don't say it. Don't say it's bigger than you. It's not. One person can make a difference, and Rescue Mission of Salt Lake can show you how. Winter is here, yet over 500 people every night remain unsheltered in Utah, sleeping in parks, vacant lots, or wherever they can lay their head and find rest. Is that bigger than you? Now when Rescue Mission of Salt Lake is here to help. The journey of healing often begins with simple things: a meal, a good night's sleep, a warm greeting. Sponsor a meal for just over $1 or a night of shelter for $7. As a privately funded faith-based organization, the Rescue Mission does not receive federal, state, or city funding. They're supported through your tax-deductible contributions. One person, that's right, you can make a difference and change a life today by saying you'll be part of the solution. RescueSaltLake.org is where you start. It's not bigger than you because you can make a difference. RescueSaltLake.org.
Attention smart homeowners. You don't have to fall for flashy promises and companies that don't even prove their work. At Your Service Pros uses third-party verification software called MeasureQuick to ensure your new HVAC system is installed correctly. This ultimate game changer in the HVAC industry lets you, the homeowner, have proof of how your system was installed. At Your Service Pros utilizes our Bluetooth tools to upload all of your system's information into MeasureQuick. We rely on data-driven insights to properly commission, optimize, and fine-tune your HVAC system for peak performance, improving your family's comfort, lowering your utility bills, and extending the life of your HVAC system. With rebates and tax credits available totaling more than $7,500 on a dual fuel heating and cooling system, it is now more important than ever that your HVAC system be installed correctly. So call us today at 801-YOUR-PRO. That's 801-YOUR-PRO. Have the peace of mind of saving up to 50% on your new system and knowing it's installed correctly by calling 801-YOUR-PRO.
Join Mike Stevens of Capital Wealth Advisors for Retire Right Radio, Saturdays at 5 a.m. and 9 p.m. That's Retire Right Radio with Mike Stevens, Saturdays at 5 a.m. and 9 p.m.
Imagine it's the last ride, but your symptoms of irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, are taking you for a ride. What should you do? Keep managing your constipation with belly pain the same old way? Or try getting ahead of your symptoms by talking to your doctor about treating it with Linzess, linaclotide. Linzess is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually.
Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling.
Imagine, what could relief from IBS-C mean for you? Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
With the 3 things you need to know this hour, I'm Tim Hughes. First, Utah's House members are meeting to discuss some new book ban guidelines. Second, the man who survived a small plane crash in the mountain east of Provo is a 22-year-old from Springville. And third, a man is dead after an overnight shooting in Magna. Police are saying it was an almost hostage situation. We'll look for a high today of 66, and right now in Salt Lake City, it's 56 degrees. Now back to David Dujanovic on KSL News Radio.
David Dujanovic.
Man, I got my words all twisted up and my genders all messed up when I was talking about what we're going to talk about right now. But it's the fact that women are outliving men by a significant number of years. The Deseret News writing about this, Lois Collins, a reporter in house with us right now. life expectancy gap widens to the biggest difference since 1996, Dave.
Does not surprise me. Doesn't surprise me on a number of different levels. Number one, I think guys are just way harder on their bodies than women are. I think we not only don't take care of them, eat terrible food, but I think physically the work that we do, that we tend to gravitate toward, is often high impact on your body. The things we do for fun, high impact. So the fact that the body wears down and that we die earlier, again, doesn't surprise me.
We often tease men about the man cold, but there actually may be something to that, and that's how your bodies are wired internally that you have absolutely nothing to do with. It's how men are born. Lois Collins, love having you in studio with us. Lois Collins with the Deseret News. Her story lives at Deseret.com, but let's talk about why women are living so much longer than men. What is that age disparity?
So it's 5.8 years right now that women live longer than men. And it's believed that at the moment, some of it has to do with COVID. COVID was harder on men. There are other factors: suicide, overdose deaths, car crashes, other kinds of industrial accidents. Those all are harder on men. Men are less apt to go to doctors if they need them. So there's sort of I'm a tough guy, I'll just power my way through it. But even from birth, studies show that men are a little bit more fragile. Male babies are a little bit less apt to survive. And it's not a huge amount, but it's enough to kind of to tip things in favor of women. So when we deal with aging issues, people who really age tend to be women. It's just kind of the way it is.
The reluctance to go see the doctor, can you expand on that?
Well, a lot of the research on longevity lists that as a cause, that guys tough their way through things. You have a massive headache, you decide to take a nap instead of going to the emergency room for what turns out to be a stroke. I actually have a family member who did that.
That was my dad.
It's pretty. It's
had
pretty
a terrible
not,
headache.
Yep,
just went
not
to
uncommon
went to sleep.
to not seek help. To think, well, if this persists, if this keeps going, then I'll go get help. But you have to live long enough for it to keep going.
Dave,
so it's a real problem.
Can you expand on that with Lois?
No, I mean, exactly. My dad, he was very active, extremely active. And in fact, he was a river runner, a whitewater rafter. And he was loading up boats into a trailer, getting ready for a trip the next day, got a headache. And he just told my mom, he's like, I've got a terrible headache. I'm just going to go lay down. And when he went to sleep, he had a stroke and, passed away a couple days later.
Did he have that sort of tough guy, I'll tough it
Oh,
out?
yeah. Oh, 100%.
Really common.
Yeah.
I'm sorry that happened in your family. That happened to my brother-in-law. He survived his stroke, but his life was forever changed.
Yeah. No, and in fact, we would chuckle. We'd almost make fun of him just because we're like, Dad, your ankle is swollen to the size of a cantaloupe. Maybe we should go to the doctor. He's like, oh, I just need to stay off it for a couple of days.
Yep,
but
pretty typical.
The other thing that you cite in your article, and by the way, we're talking with Deseret News reporter Lois Collins right now about a story she wrote about life expectancy and how the gap has widened between men and women in terms of how long we live. Right now, women are outliving men by almost 6 years, which is the widest gap since the 1990s. And you say in your article here something about death by despair. What does that mean?
Those are overdose deaths. They're suicide deaths. They're related to mental health.
Associated with depression?
It can be associated with depression. It can be not reacting well even to life events, like losing a job, thinking I'm never going to come back from this. Depression has a real strong impact on your body, too, so it can also tie into other diseases. You can have more likelihood of type 2 diabetes or gaining weight and having those cardiovascular related problems. So those are why they cite deaths of despair.
When I'm listening to this and you make a compelling argument, or at least the studies make a compelling argument, how much of this would you say is behavioral? How much of it is genetics?
It's probably a lot of it. I don't know. I can't quantify it, but I can say that there's a lot of behavioral that goes into it. We have got so much chronic illness, and it's starting younger than it used to. So diseases like heart disease that we used to see in the 50-year-olds, we're starting to see in the 30 and 40-year-olds because of the ultra-processed foods, because of the way we eat, because of our obesity epidemic. There are a whole bunch of factors that play in. We're less active in some ways. We have more mental health problems in some ways. So those are all tied in probably to some degree to genetics, but also to behaviors, to choices that we make, even unintended choices we make.
Do females have, and you write about this, do you feel like females have an unfair advantage to life expectancy because of X and Y chromosomes?
To some degree, that's possible. I don't know how big that is. I think that most people believe that even though that XY difference makes men a little bit physically more fragile, more prone towards certain problems, it's still largely, accidents, overdoses, other things that are big numbers. And COVID totally changed the numbers for right now.
Men just had a harder time during the pandemic surviving.
Well, not only a harder time surviving, but for whatever reason, COVID was also more likely to injure men. The virus itself was shaped so that men were more receptive for it to enter their bodies.
So it took advantage of men.
Absolutely.
Did the research come to any conclusions? There's some things that to me are very obvious. I'm 48 years old. I probably should not participate in Turkey Bowl this Thursday. There's certain behavior I understand that I should not participate in, but were there other conclusions?
I don't know, Dave. Does it bring you joy? Because if it brings you joy,
you need
then
some balance.
Mitigate.
And plus, you love to win, so yeah.
This particular study didn't go so much into that, but the Washington Post did this massive analysis a couple of years ago, and in their analysis, they said if you could conquer some of the chronic illnesses and the things that are preventable, some heart disease, obesity, taking care of your diet so you don't get type 2 diabetes. Those things, chronic illnesses, they kill more people than overdoses, homicides, suicides, and car crashes combined.
Incredible. Lois Collins, thank you. We can find this report on the Deseret News, Deseret.com. Lois, thank you for joining us.
I also want to empower anybody who's dealing with a mental health situation, depression, anxiety, to reach out for help and therapy, because I've been there, and I can attest to what you said about lots of other things kind of collapse in your life when you're dealing with depression. And it takes hold of your life in such a way that other things can happen to you. You just become more complacent. You gain weight. You stop paying the bills that you were supposed to pay. So I think it's a critical time to remind everybody who's dealing with that there is help available. And there's that national hotline as well, 988.
And we have one body, and you take care of all aspects of that body. It's all interconnected.
That's such a great point.
Great point.
Mental health is health. Mental health is health.
Thank you, Lois.
Amazing.
Again, I'm just thinking back on my life and some of the dumb things I've done. Just a couple of years ago, I was driving an ATV, and it rolled over and fell on me.
This.
And I missed one day of work, and I never went to the doctor. And I was beat up. But
I remember it. You came in after it happened, and you were like stunned still days later.
Oh yeah, no, very lucky. Yeah, it absolutely could have cost me my life. But just to your point, that men, I'm like, I'm fine. I'm embarrassed that I rolled it. I'm gonna tough it out, and yeah, I mean, I rolled it. It landed on me. It beat me up, and I still didn't go to the doctor. And we wonder why we're not living as long as women.
KSL Salt Lake City.
Listen at home on any smart speaker.
And in your car at 102.7 FM.
This is KSL News Radio.
Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
It's 10 o'clock at KSL News Radio. I'm Dan Bomas. KSL's top local story this hour. Staffing issues at Utah State Correctional Facility are reaching a crisis level, according to a new audit. KSL News Radio's Michael Commit has more.
This audit was presented at the state capitol on Tuesday. Now, the prison has seen some positive changes under its new executive director, but issues still remain on how to hire and retain new staff. Right now, they're short by more than 200 officers, and this has led to frequent inmate assaults on officers and fellow inmates. Additionally, the audit's showing how employees within the Department of Corrections fear retaliation for sharing their concerns with the higher-ups. At the end of the day, the audit recommends the department get professional consulting to analyze the organizational culture within the system.
Our top national story this hour from ABC News. A new warning about a mystery illness affecting dogs, with cases being reported nationwide. Vets are saying they're seeing more coughing dogs coming into the ER. ABC's Eva Pilgrim has what to do with your dog gets the illness, according to veterinarian Amanda Cavanaugh.
If your dog does get sick, Dr. Cavanaugh says it's really important to keep that coughing dog away from other dogs, just as we would with people. And she says you should do that for 2 weeks after the cough goes away so you don't spread it.
Your money at this moment, the Dow Jones average up on the day, 118 points right now. The NASDAQ is up 27 points. And our KSL weather, it's going to cool right off, and we'll see some rain tomorrow. That's next. KSL News Time, 10:01.
Start your days with knowledgeable, friendly voices telling you about the latest news and weather out there.
Hi, this is Tim Hughes and Amanda Dixon.
In the business of waking you up each morning from 5 to 9.
On KSL News Radio.
Every year I tell myself, Doug, you can't procrastinate. It's time to get into Burt Brothers. Make sure that the vehicle I drive, the vehicles that Dee drives, and our family vehicles are all ready for winter. And Burt Brothers, boy, as these temperatures start to drop, soon the snowflakes are going to fall, the roads are going to be slick. You need peace of mind on Utah's snowy roads. Winter tires from Burt Brothers, they make all the difference. You can drive with confidence. Specialized tires designed to grip the road in the harshest conditions. They give you better traction, handling, shorter braking distances, and the gift of safety for you and your loved ones. And right now, save up to $130 back on 4 Bridgestone Blizzak tires through December 16th. That's only at Burt Brothers with complete auto care. They can take care of it all. Make sure you're not off on the side of the road with a little help from your friends at Burt Brothers. And there's a location for Burt Brothers near you.
If you order food for work, you know the drill. It's a whole bunch of needs and requests piled on top of each other. Make sure the food's on time and on budget. Make sure everyone's dietary needs are taken care of. Make sure everyone's happy. And that's why you should make sure you use EasyCater. It's one simple, reliable platform for all your food for work needs. Need to make sure food for work actually works? Simple. Make sure it's EasyCater. 100,000 restaurants, one platform. Order 24/7 at EasyCater.com.
At Simply Safe Home Security, your safety is the only thing that matters. That's why you get 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day, because every home deserves to be protected. Right now, get 50% off the whole home security system named the best of 2023 by U.S. News and World Report. Visit simplysafe.com/radio to save big today. Advanced Home Security, 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Holiday Stories from Shane Company customers.
My girlfriend thinks we're going to my parents' house to decorate the tree. She has no idea that I'm actually planning to propose. The whole family's in on it, and Shane Company helped me create the perfect ring and stay within my budget. I went with a classic ring with an oval diamond. I tell you, that diamond, I can't wait to see the look on her face.
Shop the largest selection of unique engagement rings in hand-picked diamonds. 'Tis the season to shine. Shane Company. Fine jewelry since 1929.
Fed Up Kitchen is Utah's premier healthy meal prep service. Save time, money, and get results with their delicious, gluten-free, macro-friendly meals. Eat better, feel better, live better with Fed Up Kitchen. FedUpKitchen.com.
Introducing Yes Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric. We're bringing all of Utah's favorite HVAC, plumbing, and electrical brands under one roof. Get your home's electrical system running in peak condition by scheduling a $79 whole home electric inspection with the professionals at Yes Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric today. The electrical experts at Yes are ready to help identify unsafe conditions and possibly prevent expensive repairs in the future. Proudly serving Utah for more than 45 years. Call now or visit theyesmancan.com for details, terms, and conditions.
Traffic and weather together brought to you by Granite Credit Union's new Dividend Plus checking account. Here's Heather Kelly.
We've got good speeds all across the Wasatch Front. No delays right now, northbound or southbound on I-15 throughout Utah, Salt Lake, Davis, or Weber counties. Occasionally, you might see some slowdowns on Legacy Parkway northbound between Centerville and Farmington. That is due to lane restrictions. And Foothill Drive has had congestion all morning long, most of that heading north toward the University of Utah. Join the Utah Symphony for the greatest classical hits from the 1700s to today. Tickets start at $21. Get yours today at utahsymphony.org. Heather Kelly in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL weather. This will be the last of our warm days this week. We'll see showers tomorrow with a high of 55. Dry tomorrow with a chance, dry after that with a chance for more rain for the weekend. And right now we're at 55 degrees with partly cloudy skies. I'm Dan Bomas, KSL News Radio, 102.7 FM, 1160 AM, and KSLNewsRadio.com, Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Dave and Dujanovic, your morning companions for talk, analysis, and key perspectives on Utah's biggest stories on KSL News Radio.
Well, it seems like it's been a wild week in Washington, D.C. First, the good news is that the House passed a temporary spending bill, so the government won't shut down. But here's the weird news. A Senate hearing just about turned into a fight club yesterday. United States Senator, happens to be a former MMA fighter, by the way, challenging the Teamsters Union president to go from Senate hearing to fisticuffs. We have the audio of what went down, and this isn't the only thing that went down yesterday when it came to fighting on Capitol Hill. And I don't mean arguments, I mean physical fighting, because Kevin McCarthy was also allegedly involved in another incident we're going to talk about.
But this one was straight out of the 6th grade. This one was straight out of the 6th grade. Like, oh, I heard you disrespected me. All right, after school, behind the trees, we're going to fight. That's exactly how it played out. That was the challenge. And I'm just chuckling. I'm laughing like crazy because it was Bernie Sanders, Senator Bernie Sanders, that is playing, schoolmaster. Everybody settle down, lower the temperature of the room.
Did you remember what led up to the two of them almost going to fisticuffs? So set the scene. You've got you've got like the panel of senators at the front, and you've got the Teamsters Union president sitting across the way, like they do in hearings. But apparently, Dave, there was also some crazy social media back and forth going on between the two of them before that hearing.
Yeah, okay. So the senator is from Oklahoma, Mark Wayne Mullen. And then you've got the Teamsters president, Sean O'Brien. And Sean O'Brien had been tweeting at Mullen, who had been, I think, he started his own plumbing company. And anyway, the Teamsters guy was like, oh, you're a clown, you're a fraud, you're greedy. And then this is where the senator steps in. And he's like, I appreciate your demeanor now. In this hearing, you seem very reasonable. That's way different than it's been in the past. And he said, in fact, you tweeted me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. And then this is the reaction that came after that.
If you want to run your mouth, we can be two consenting adults. We can finish it here.
Okay, that's fine. Perfect.
You want to do it now?
I'd love to do it right now.
Well, stand your butt up then.
You stand your butt up.
Oh, stop it.
Is that your solution every poll?
No, sit down. Sit down. Okay. You're a United States Senator. Sit down.
Active.
Oh, okay. Sit down, please.
The accidental referee in the room there is 82-year-old Senator Bernie Sanders. You're a United States Senator. Sit down.
Act like it. Yeah, he said in the tweet, and this is where he really gets challenged. So O'Brien tweets at the senator, and he says, you know where to find me, any place, anytime, cowboy. And the senator says, this is the place, this is the time. You want to go?
Now that we've set up what happened, I want to get your hot take in just a moment on if you think that kind of rhetoric, the poll to go to fisticuffs is warranted. But here's what Representative Patrick McHenry said, North Carolina, about this incident.
There are dumb days on Capitol Hill, and there are dumber days on Capitol Hill, and this is one of the dumbest I've seen in quite a long time.
I'm just cracking up. It was the dumbest thing I've ever seen.
But do you agree with it?
Okay, so here is, in my own id brain, I guess I should say, I look at it and I think, so often we say words without any repercussion. We call people out, we threaten them with no threat that, someone's going to stand up for me. And it just feels like, the whole sticks and stones argument is ineffective. There are certain times where I want to say something, but I don't because I know, well, that guy will punch me right in the face. There's a physical threat to it that probably has curved my tongue over the years. Trust me, when I was growing up, this Dave right now is the toned down, reasonable version of Dave Noriega. Can you imagine Dave Noriega at 17 years old running his mouth? Yeah, there were times when I purposely didn't say something that I wanted to say because I knew I'd get punched in the mouth.
So did you feel like the senator had the right to egg on the Teamsters union president to a fight?
If you want to run your mouth,
That's
we
the
can be two
senator.
consenting adults. We can finish it here.
Okay, that's fine. Perfect.
You want to do it now?
I'd love to do it right now.
Well, stand your butt up then.
You stand your butt up.
So it's the senator who's initiating the
No.
fight
It was
club.
the Teamsters guy that sent out a tweet originally. He's the one that was any place, any time, and the senator's like, it's a place, it's a time, let's get it on.
Yeah, I think the idea of watching two grown men fight is super awkward and uncomfortable.
Oh, yeah.
I can see why Senator Bernie Sanders is, well, first of all, there's decorum. Second of all, this is just completely way off the rails. This has gone way too far. And use some common sense. Just sit down, be quiet. Go ahead, Dave.
Oh, I was just going to say, the problem is whenever you see violence, when you see it, I think even in protests in the streets, when it escalates, it's because things get said and it gets inflamed to a point where words are no longer taking care of the problem. And that's where I think people explode. And I don't know. Like you said, we're two consenting adults. I want to fight. He wants to fight.
Well, you couldn't do that in the newsroom.
No, for sure you couldn't.
In a Senate hearing.
You step out.
You
step outside.
You step outside.
You take a few swings.
Yeah.
I don't go against the former MMA fighter.
Mm-hmm.
I would think I would be smart enough to say, you know what? You used to stand in an octagon and get your face beaten in for a living. I'm guessing I'm not taking on that dude.
So Congressman Tim Burchett also then accused Kevin McCarthy of elbowing him in the back in the hallway. It's all caught on audio recording, but I don't think it's caught on video. So he was being interviewed by, I believe, an NPR reporter, Burchett was, when McCarthy comes by, and then he says he elbowed him in the back. Now, remember, there's no love lost between the two of them. Representative Tim Burchett is one of what McCarthy has referred to as the Crazy Eight. Sometimes you hear him referred to as the Hateful Eight, who the Republicans who sided with the Democrats to oust McCarthy as House Speaker. So here is what happened as caught on audio by NPR. And then you can hear Tim Burchett running after McCarthy after he accused him of elbowing him in the kidneys.
Why'd you elbow me in the back, Kevin? Hey, Kevin, you got any guts?
Jerk. Burchett then ran after McCarthy.
What kind of chicken move is that? You're pathetic, man. You are so pathetic. What a jerk. You need security, Kevin.
McCarthy said it was an accidental bump in a crowded hall.
I'm not hitting somebody. If I hit somebody, they would know I hit them.
You're quite confident this was deliberate.
Oh, yeah. Come on.
Okay, so Burchett feels it's deliberate, and McCarthy's denying it happened. And by the way, that was CBS News' report.
And this is straight out of the 8th grade, where you're walking past each other in the hall and someone throws a shoulder into you. All right, great job. Now we're all acting like children. Amazing.
Next, opinion in the Deseret News. Get ready for fiscal disaster. Speaking of D.C., Jay Evenson in-house to tell us how many years we have until we hit that fiscal cliff next.
Dave and Dujanovic.
2 new reasons to drop in on KSL on Friday mornings.
Starting in January, you'll hear Dave and Debbie Fridays at 9.
And hear the movie show at lunch from 11 to 1.
On KSL News Radio.
A life remembered.
The greatest desire in my heart is that I will learn through my obedience to be comfortable in that big red chair.
This Friday, KSL will present the memorial service for President M. Russell Ballard, acting president of the Quorum of the 12 Apostles. Listen starting at 10:30, with services starting Friday at 11. In your car or streaming live, you can hear it on KSL News Radio.
Hi, this is Doug Wright here with another experiment you can try at home regarding water. You can take 4 bags of water softener salt, lift 3 of the bags with one hand and 1 bag with your other hand. Yeah, I know. Now, if you're like most people, you'll probably find that 3 bags of salt weigh about 3 times as much as the 1 bag of salt. And that's an important thing to bear in mind when you're shopping for a water softener. You see, in our home, we have Kinetico, and the Kinetico water softeners are so well designed, they use only 1 bag of salt for every 3 bags that other water softeners use. Now, I can speak to this because we have had a Kinetico soft water system now in 2 different homes, and I'm not a fan of lifting those bags of salt. This is just one of the many reasons you really should look into Kinetico. Their number is 801-576-8600, or go to softwaterutah.com.
America's largest producer of gun shows, Crossroads of the West, comes to the Golden Spike Event Center at the Weber County Fairgrounds this weekend. Check it out.
Awesome selection. Awesome, yeah, just a lot more than I expected to see.
Crossroads of the West Gun Show this Saturday and Sunday at the Golden Spike Event Center at the Weber County Fairgrounds from 9 to 5 on Saturday and 9 to 4 on Sunday. Your ticket is good both days.
The quality of this particular show is extremely high, and the prices have been very fair.
Hundreds of tables for everyone, from the once-a-year hunter to the avid collector. Crossroads features new and used guns, ammo, gun safes, reloading supplies, knives, hunting equipment, scopes, accessories, and more.
I'll tell my friends to come out here tomorrow. Check it out.
Collector guns, military guns, handguns, rifles, shotguns, and police supplies. Some at wholesale prices. Books, jewelry, gift ideas, and door prizes.
If they don't have it here, they don't have it.
This Saturday and Sunday, the Crossroads of the West Gun Show. This is the big one. Now coming with the show at the Golden Spike Event Center at the Weber County Fairgrounds, where you can buy, sell, and trade at all Crossroads gun shows.
Be advised, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to save 40 to 80% on a hot tub and swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to save 40 to 80% on a hot tub and swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, noon to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Getting help with plumbing repairs is easier than you think. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Oh, I think we're lost again.
Wait, what does that sign over there say?
Caution wildlife crossing?
No, next to it.
If you're 60 or older, you may be at increased risk of serious consequences from RSV, respiratory syncytial virus, compared to adults younger than 60. Ouch, I didn't know that.
Not all dangers come with warning labels. Talk to your pharmacist or doctor about getting vaccinated against RSV today. RSV vaccines, including Pfizer's, are available. Learn more at bewareofrsv.com. Brought to you by Pfizer.
My ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right. Y'all gotta try that Febreze car. Just right, just right, just right. Yeah. La 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 la. With up to 40 days of consistent scent. All over Febreze car clips right on your vent. You know my car's my happy place. Keep that smile on my face. When it smells just right, just right, just right. Yeah. Breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
Join KSL's Mitch Harper this Friday for Macy's BYU Tailgate Party in Orem. Stop by Macy's at 880 North State Street in Orem for your chance to win tickets to watch BYU versus the Oklahoma Sooners, plus Macy's gift cards and more.
With the three things you need to know this hour, I'm Dan Bomas. First, the state audit says staffing levels are reaching a crisis level at Utah's state prison. Second, there's a new virus that affects dogs, and it's turning up all over the country. Third, former Utah Jazz star Rudy Gobert was involved in a fight during a game last night in San Francisco. 3 players were ejected. And right now, at 55 degrees, partly cloudy in Salt Lake City. And back to Dave and Dujanovic on KSL News Radio.
Dave and Dujanovic.
Just a reminder that starting in January, finally on Fridays, we'll be here from 9 to 11 to help launch you into your great weekends, beginning the first week of January. Super excited for that. Also excited to have Jay Evenson, opinion editor of the Deseret News, in studio with us right now. His latest opinion piece, Get Ready, Fiscal Disaster, only 20 years away. A new study says unless something changes, we have 2 decades until the nation's debt collapses the economy.
All right, Jay. So here's my question. Is this the climate change thing where it was like, hey, 14 years and this entire country we're going to lose all the polar ice caps, and then nothing really happens. The polar ice caps are fine. When I hear the 20 years away, I think, okay. All right, Nostradamus. Give me the pitch.
Well, I guess we're going to have to wait 20 years to find out,
right?
Well, I've long written about the problems in Washington about spending more than we bring in and saying that there's going to be a day of reckoning. We know there's going to be a day of reckoning. We don't know when. So this is a study from the Penn-Wharton budget model at the University of Pennsylvania, and they've looked at it very closely through different budget models, and they say when we reach about 200% of debt versus GDP, that's when we're going to be really in trouble. And they give us about 20 years. But they say it could happen sooner. The key here is investor confidence. If investors start to believe that we're not going to get our fiscal house in order and we're not going to be able to pay back our debts, they're going to stop investing in our debt. And that's when things start to unravel. It could be in 15 years, could be in 10 years, 20 years. Who knows?
So I wonder in 20 years when my kids will be in their 40s, what they'll think of what we left them.
Exactly. And what they'll think of today's politicians. We were talking here. Republicans drive me crazy, the radical ones, because they're using the wrong tactics. They're in your face. They act like they don't really want compromise. But their message, I think, is right. We're spending too much money and we're not paying for it. And we know we can't do that in our household budgets. You can't do it as a government either. And even though you can keep printing money, but eventually it will catch up to you.
A recent example of that, and I thought it was a great example, was when new House Speaker Mike Johnson said, okay, we're going to send some money to Israel, about $13 billion, but we're going to take it from the IRS budget. Now, whether you agree with it or not, whether you think it's political or not, what he's saying is if we're going to spend money here, we've got to take it from somewhere else. A concept that should not be all that shocking because you and I do it every day.
Right. And it's not a matter of opinion. It's really fact that the more debt you have, the more that crowds out private economic activity. And so what the Penn-Wharton model is saying is that you reach a point where it doesn't matter how much you try to raise taxes because you've shrunk the economy so much that you're not going to get the money you need in order to pay your debts. So it doesn't matter how much you cut the budget or how much you raise taxes. You can't get your way out of this. That's when we have fiscal disaster. And who knows, 15, 20 years, but it's going to come if we don't change our ways.
Jay Evenson, opinion editor with the Deseret News, joins us every Wednesday to talk about his biggest opinions of the week. But you can also catch him at Deseret.com because you often have more than one opinion during the week. I know you crank out quite a few on behalf of the Deseret News. Will we notice cracks in the sidewalk leading up to this? Do you see any indication of what those cracks might be? Like, for example, will we be dealing with Social Security issues in terms of payments, et cetera, et cetera?
Yeah, and the Penn Wharton model assumes that things are going to continue the way they are now. But you're right, we're going to see things change. Investors are going to demand a higher interest rate as they see that we're having a greater and greater debt, and then you're going to see pressure because we're already paying almost $700 billion in interest payments a year. And the more you have to pay in interest, the less money is available for other programs and things that you want to do. The biggest problems right now are Social Security and Medicare, these so-called entitlement programs that are kind of growing on their own. And unless we reach some kind of a deal on how to reform those and fix them so they don't go bankrupt, we're going to see problems in about 10 years with those programs.
And we've seen catastrophe around the world with different countries that have actually run into these kind of problems. I think about Turkey. I think back in the mid-2000s, they removed 6 zeros from the value of their currency.
Yeah,
that's how they had to try to bring it all back into order. Can you imagine that, removing 6 zeros from the value of your currency?
So would that mean if you were a millionaire, you were no longer a millionaire?
You now had $1.
Yeah. And that's what has to happen. You have to inflate your currency in order to try to pay off your debts, but that leads down a spiral we don't want to go down.
What's the fix?
Well, there are a number of people calling for a commission in Washington to try to come up with a bipartisan solution. We had one of those about 12 years ago under President Obama, and they came up with, it was the Simpson-Bowles Commission. They came up with some really good ideas that everyone promptly just kind of put aside, and no one wanted to do it.
Of course.
So but I think even forming this commission and taking steps in the right direction would signal to markets that Washington's starting to get serious about this and might buy us some more time, if nothing else.
That was one of Mitt Romney's proposals, right?
Yes.
The commission.
He has the Trust Act, which would form several little commissions for each problem.
Now, going forward.
Yes.
Right. Yeah. I read something on that.
There's a couple things that have led to deficit spending, and I think it's very easy for Republicans to say, well, the Democrats, they just keep spending and spending and spending, which creates deficits. Well, the Republicans cut taxes, which obviously if you're cutting taxes, you're reducing the money that's coming into the federal government. So both Republicans and Democrats are contributing to the deficit problems, Republicans by cutting taxes and then Democrats by increasing spending. And that's why we're seeing now that I think at the last year we spent $6.5 trillion and brought in $4.5 trillion in taxes.
Yeah, and we had a little thing called the COVID pandemic too, but we ought to be able to react to things like a pandemic or a war in Israel or a war in Ukraine. But it gets harder and harder to do that the more debt we accumulate because we're spending all our time paying off the interest on the debt.
Yeah, and as you said, just the interest in the debt last year would have basically funded the entire U.S. military.
Yes, that's true. Yeah, something to think about.
Jay Evenson, thank you for joining us. Deseret.com, you can read all of Jay's stuff. Thank you so much for joining us, the opinion editor there at the Deseret News. Thanks, Jay.
Thanks, Jay. Hey, parents, I want you to listen to this, specifically if you have a child who's now in their 20s and kind of just starting out in life. This kid makes $50,000 a year, but after taxes and everything else he has to put out, his take-home pay is right around $2,400 a month. After he pays all of his bills, $1,300 a month for rent, a couple $100 a month for a car payment, insurance, groceries, he has so little left at the end of the month.
It's just absolutely insane because after all this, how much do I have left over? $10. I have $10 left over. I don't really understand how.
Right here is going to launch Dave and I into a conversation about having a conversation with our adult kids who are starting out in life about, and that will hopefully, I'm hoping, will remove the pressure from them to overspend on the holidays. Next.
It's 10:30 at KSL News Radio. I'm Dan Bomas. KSL's top local story this hour. Former Utah Jazz star Rudy Gobert found himself in a headlock during a huge in-game brawl between Minnesota and Golden State last night. Former Jazz All-Star Mike Conley also now with the Timberwolves, and he tells Bally Sports North his thoughts on the brawl.
Afterwards, I saw it, and I was like, man, he's probably getting ejected, when I saw that. So I don't know what was going on between them two, but, it is what it is.
Gobert was trying to pull an opposing player away from the brawl, and Warriors forward Draymond Green put him in that headlock. Green was ejected, Gobert was not. Many on social media, though, are calling for Green to get a lengthy suspension. ESPN's Jay Williams this morning says he expects Green to get a 10-game suspension. We now know the only survivor of that small plane crash in the mountains above Provo is a 22-year-old from Springville. No names have been released yet, but the Utah County Sheriff's Office says the two people killed in the crash were a 26-year-old from Hideout, Utah, and a 23-year-old from Santaquin. Our top national story this hour from ABC News, the NTSB on the scene of a deadly bus crash in Ohio that killed members of a high school marching band. 6 people died, including 3 teens. Police say the bus was involved in a chain reaction crash that involved a semi. More from ABC's Alex Prescia.
Of the 3 teens killed, the youngest was 15. Police confirming at least 3 other people were killed in a car that was also involved in the crash, and more than a dozen others were taken to hospitals.
ABC's Alex Prescia. Your money at this moment, the Dow Jones average up on the day now, 147 points right now. The NASDAQ is up 35. And our KSL weather, the last of our string of sunny days here. Tomorrow we'll see rain and much lower temperatures. That's next. KSL News Time, 10:32.
What do you need to hear in the morning to feel ready for the day?
Important news that happened overnight, the traffic you'll hit on the roads.
You'll be ready for your day with us.
Join Utah's Morning News 5 to 9 on KSL News Radio.
My little brother's friends have been camped out at our place for 2 days straight. 3. It's because of the Xfinity 10G network. Internet that can handle a house full of screens at once, with basically no interruptions. And it's only getting faster. When I was their age, internet like this was a pipe dream.
You sound like my grandpa.
Please go home.
The next generation 10G network only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Now through December 21st, new customers can get 1.2 gigabit internet on the Xfinity 10G network for just $25 a month for 2 years with no annual contract and Wi-Fi equipment included when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/10G, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless bill and auto-pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After promo, regular rates apply to internet service and Wi-Fi equipment. Actual speeds vary.
Thousands of stores across the country are pulling brand-name cold and allergy products off the shelves. Why? Because an FDA advisory panel recently determined that a drug they contain, oral phenylephrine, is ineffective as a nasal decongestant. Navage offers a drug-free solution that's fast and highly effective at relieving nasal congestion caused by colds and allergies. Navage uses suction to pull saline in one nostril, around the back of the nose, and out of the other nostril to help suck out allergens, mucus, and germs. Nasal irrigation works, and Navage makes it quick and easy, but more than anything, it helps you breathe better. Don't waste your time or money on products that are ineffective. Trust drug-free Navage for fast relief to help you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier. Ask for Navage at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, Target, or find us online at Navage.com. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E. Clean nose, healthy life.
Backed by popular demand, A Gentry Christmas. The most beloved Christmas songs of all time, brought to life with epic orchestrations and lush harmony. Bring your family together to experience a Gentry Christmas. Friday and Saturday, November 24th and 25th. For tickets, visit liveattheeccles.com. Presented by Zions Bank.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-330-2929. That's 800-330-2929. 800-330-2929.
Traffic and weather together brought to you by Granite Credit Union's new Dividend Plus checking account. Here's Heather Kelly.
Well, Dan, we don't have any accidents reported right now on city streets or major freeways, and everybody is traveling at speed right now, especially on I-15, the 201 freeway, and I-80 coming out of Tooele County. The only thing that may slow you down from time to time is anywhere you go through a construction zone, and we have lane restrictions. Do you want a heating and air company which uses third-party verification over their work that's one of the highest rated on both Google and Yelp? Then call At Your Service Pros, 801-YOUR-PRO. Heather Kelly in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL weather, this will be the last of our warm days this week. We'll see showers tomorrow with a high of 55. Dry tomorrow with the chance for more rain for the weekend. And right now, we're at 57 degrees, mostly cloudy. I'm Dan Bomas, KSL News Radio, 102.7 FM, 1160 AM, and KSLNewsRadio.com. Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Right on the money. Special coverage with Dave and Dujanovic.
Hey, let's do this math together and think about your 20-something-year-old kids who are launching into their careers. Most Americans say they're going to spend between $1,000 and $1,600 this year in the holiday season, mostly on gifts. Gen Zers, which are the 20-something-year-olds, earn on average just under $35,000 a year. And between high rent prices that average right around $1,300 a month and inflation, I feel like this means as parents, we need to open up that conversation with our 20-something-year-old kids and let them know they do not need to feel the pressure to buy me a new car for Christmas. I mean, I use that as a wild example, but our kids came into our life, this is talking about me specifically, when we were much further along in our careers. And so I feel like maybe there's this like sort of inherited pressure from mom and dad to show up with a sleigh full of gifts for everybody for the holidays. And I want to let my children know I do not want you spending a dime on me on a credit card.
Yeah, definitely. No, on a credit card. It can be a pack of bubble gum. They should get you something. It's the thought that counts, even though it's not going to be something grandiose or wonderful or something that you even want. But I see where you're coming from. The cost of living right now is a shocker to our kids. But I think you're forgetting, Deb, it was a shocker to you as well. I think we've forgotten that because it's been 20 or 30 years. We forget how tight money was.
So maybe so, but I still feel as a parent, I'm still a parent. Just because my kids are an adult, I want to let them know I'm here for them to help them through. And maybe not financially give them money, but certainly give them hope, give them help, give them guidance. Even if they're not living with me anymore, I am still a parent. And I want to let them know that they do not need to feel that pressure. And I did feel a lot of pressure when I was in my 20s to keep up with the Joneses, even though I wasn't making. I mean, I was making, you keep saying you forget. You're right. I was making $10,000 a year. I've never forgotten that. And I just didn't have the resources. I want to appreciate Caitlin Johnson, our producer, who's in her 20s right now, because she pointed me to this social media post last night about a 25-year-old. And he took to TikTok and he said, I make $50,000 a year, but after taxes and all else, that's taken on my paycheck, I brings home about $2,500 a month. Half of that goes to rent. That's not obscene. It's $1,300 a month right now to rent a 1-bedroom place in Salt Lake City. After car payment, basic bills, here's how much money he has left over at the end of the month.
It's just absolutely insane because after all this, how much do I have left over? $10. I have $10 left over. I don't really understand how, all these boomers and these older people are telling you just budget better, just do this, this, and this. I'm like, this is already my bare minimum budget. It's not like I'm buying coffee every day. It's not like I'm doing all these things that they tell you to stop doing. And yet I have $10 at the end of each month.
Okay, this is going to sound exactly like the boomer that he's accusing me of being. But, dude, your budget is not that tight. I'm looking at what he's spending in a car insurance, and gasoline, $700 a month. Mm-hmm. And listen, I understand you might need a car, and you might need, I get that. You're spending $700 a month. So sometimes we wring our hands like I'm doing the bare minimum. I'm not
going to tell my son to sell his car to buy me a Christmas gift. This is a conversation about, and we're doing this all week long, about how to not overspend in the holiday season. I'm also not going to tell he also has a dog. I'm not going to tell my daughter, give up your dog to buy me a Christmas gift. Money's tight. $2,500 a month right now is not a lot of money to live on.
If he can't afford a $10 gift or a $20 gift, yeah, you should tell him to sell his car, and you should not own a pet.
Caitlin, bring us to reality. What is it like for you? Is it like this for you?
It's hard. I don't have a car payment. My car's paid off, just for one example, but my budget is very
But you did have a car payment at one point.
It was probably like $260, but that was because I bought it in 2016. But but I just feel like I relate very heavily to what he was saying, that there's literally nothing extra. And he, at the end of that video, said, I haven't even calculated in my student loans. I don't know how that's going to work. So that's a new thing that people are kind of just reevaluating and whatnot. And if you go on the comments of that video, it is like, I'm so glad you're talking about it. It makes me feel so much better.
There's a ton of comments and thank you for relating to my situation. That's why I wanted to have this conversation about the holidays, because I feel like there's this sort of this inherent pressure on the 20-something-year-olds to keep up with the Joneses and show up with a Santa sleigh full of gifts at Christmas or for Hanukkah. And I want to. How do we start that conversation with my kids are your age? How do I start that conversation with them? I want to learn from you.
Well, essentially, I feel like there's a pressure on Christmas that you have to buy for everybody because it's a holiday for everybody.
I agree.
So that's kind of where and when I was younger, like earlier, because I'm 28, earlier 20s, I would do that. And I would just be like, oh, I got to get gifts for this, 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 and this. And then
you would go out and buy for everybody.
Yeah, and then I learned that's hard.
Were you using a credit card to do that?
Yeah, usually. And a lot of times on Christmas I do, because I don't have the ability to save as much as I want to because of the same situation that he has. I pay a lot less in rent and stuff, but I have other expenses. So, so I think one thing is just scaling back between your friends. And I have a kind of an unspoken, somewhat spoken agreement that we just don't really need to worry too much about Christmas with my friends, and it's more about family. And I'll just, instead of buying an individual gift for somebody, I would rather go to dinner with all of my friends or something like that, or eventually plan
and
a
everybody
trip.
pays for themselves.
Yeah, and then focus on their birthdays, but depending on who it is, you know what I mean? I have like a close knit I have a lot of friends, but I would say there's like 2 to 3 that I would do something for their birthday. Because I don't have the money and neither do they.
Would it help? Would it help if your parents? Because I want to know this. I do want to do like a group chat with my kids and their dad and say, all right. And would that be helpful, or is it?
I think
am I overstepping my bounds? I don't know that I have a lot of bounds as a mom. I feel like I'm still their mom, and I want to let them know that I understand things are tight.
Yeah, you should definitely let them know because it takes off of pressure.
I
think so. I have 2 brothers. My mom gives us suggestions of what she wants. Same with my dad, but my mom usually handles my dad. But we'll either decide if we want to individually buy one gift per parent, or if we just want to buy it all together and split it, or buy one bigger gift for them. But there's like an agreement. It used to be like, hey, only spend $30 on your brother. Now it's kind of $50 because you can't really get a ton with that price, but it's like $30 to $50. There's not a high expectation, but it's hard to follow sometimes when you want it. But it's like literally a single item that I get for my brother.
But at least starting that conversation.
Yeah, starting it helps.
Does it help?
Yeah, and we all just understand it. But that's my family. I don't know if it's the same for everybody else. So.
Well, Caitlin, best of luck.
Holidays are hard.
Holidays can be
Are you going to have
hard.
that conversation with your kids? You have newlywed. You have one who's on a mission right now, Dave. I mean, it's got to be tight for everybody. I know it's tight for my kids as well, and it always has. But I have one that's looking to get into medical school, who has a very part-time job, and in fact was taken off the schedule this week because they just didn't need her on the schedule, so she missed a pay period. Not her fault. It's just how things go. And, I have a daughter living in Florida right now, and it's tight there as well. So I'm going to start that group chat. But that's why we want to have these conversations is like, look, I don't want you to sell your dog or get rid of your cat for this. I want you to actually know that I understand the situation that you're in. But you look like you don't agree with this.
Not entirely. I think we spend a lot of money on ourselves throughout the year. And, we don't think we don't give it a second thought to go to a concert or go to movies or go out with our friends. And, of course, when the holidays come around or a birthday comes around, we've already spent that money on ourselves. I don't think we should just necessarily give ourselves a pass and say, oh, well, we're all out of money. I'm like, well, were you out of money?
Show up with gifts for everybody.
I don't know. They're going to have to figure it out. I think, I think, you know what? I'm not sure. I'm totally in the camp, but I hear what you're saying. I like it. It may work for some people. I think the kids got to figure out how to budget and what they value. Sometimes it's gifts. Sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's their own fun.
Last word to Dave.
Dave and Dujanovic.
Finally, Friday. Now you can hear Dave and Dujanovic 5 days a week.
Starting in January, Dave and Debbie will be on Fridays at 9.
Then the movie show from 11 to 1.
On KSL News Radio.
For the right repair and the right paint, the right choice is manufacturer-certified Martins Collision Repair. Hi, I'm Tiago Martins, and few have met the rigorous certification by Kia, Dodge, Infiniti, Chrysler, Jeep, Nissan, Hyundai, and many others. But it's one more reason that Martins is your right choice. Check online at martinscollision.com. On State Street in Orem and in Salem, we work with all insurance companies.
The right repair, the right paint, the right choice. Martins Collision Repair.
Hey, winter's coming. Is it time to think about replacing your old furnace and air conditioner? Would a $1,200 instant discount on a new day and night home comfort system help? Don't put it off. Have a new day and night furnace and air conditioner installed and get an up to $1,200 instant discount with a 12-year day and night no-hassle warranty on qualifying systems. You'll be warm all winter and save on your energy bills. Click online to dayandnightcomfort.com for a nearby elite day and night home comfort expert. The difference is day and night.
In order for small businesses to thrive, they need to be smart, efficient, savvy, staying ahead of the market at every turn, finding ways to do more with less, and taking advantage of every opportunity that comes their way. That's why Comcast Business is introducing the Small Business Bonus. For a limited time, you can get up to a $1,000 prepaid card when you switch to Comcast Business, the company with the largest, fastest, reliable network. Yep, you heard that right. 1,000 back. Something extra for your company. From the company that powers more businesses than anyone else. So if you're a small business owner, don't wait. Call or go online to learn about the $1,000 bonus today. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 12/5/2023. New customers with 750 megabits per second or above and 2-year agreement must keep required new services for 30 days to receive prepaid card. Other restrictions apply.
Food brings people together, but for many families, figuring out where their next meal is coming from is a challenge. 1 in 10 children struggle with hunger in Utah. No one should have to go hungry, especially children. Macy's has partnered with local food banks for the 2023 Harvest of Hope food drive to help keep that from happening. From now through November 30th, you can help a family in need. It's easy. At the checkout, simply let your cashier know how much you would like to donate through Macy's Icon Drive. You can also purchase a prepackaged bag of food filled with the items that food banks need most. Every donation, regardless of size, makes a difference. If you prefer to shop online, you can donate to the Harvest of Hope this season from the comfort of your home by adding either of Macy's donation options to your online shopping cart at macys.com/online. If you'd like to track the progress of donations made toward the Utah Food Bank or learn more about Harvest of Hope, visit macys.com. Macy's, Happy shopping.
From a recovery program to a place to lay your head at night with breakfast, lunch, and dinner served every day. Please help the rescue mission of Salt Lake. Visit rescuesaltlake.org.
America's largest producer of gun shows, Crossroads of the West, comes to the Golden Spike Event Center at the Weber County Fairgrounds this weekend. Check it out.
Awesome selection. Awesome, yeah, just a lot more than I expected to see.
Crossroads of the West Gun Show this Saturday and Sunday at the Golden Spike Event Center at the Weber County Fairgrounds from 9 to 5 on Saturday and 9 to 4 on Sunday. Your ticket is good both days.
The quality of this particular show is extremely high, and the prices have been very fair.
Hundreds of tables for everyone, from the once-a-year hunter to the avid collector. Crossroads features new and used guns, ammo, gun safes, reloading supplies, knives, hunting equipment, scopes, accessories, and more.
I'm going to tell my friends to come out here tomorrow. Check it out.
Collector guns, military guns, handguns, rifles, shotguns, and police supplies. Some at wholesale prices. Books, jewelry, gift ideas, and door prizes.
If they don't have it here, they don't have it.
This Saturday and Sunday, the Crossroads of the West Gun Show. This is the big one. Now coming with a show at the Golden Spike Event Center at the Weber County Fairgrounds, where you can buy, sell, and trade at all Crossroads gun shows.
With the 3 things you need to know this hour, I'm Dan Bomas. First, Rudy Gobert found himself in a headlock last night during a brawl at the Timberwolves Golden State game. He's okay, but 3 players were ejected. Second, the survivor of yesterday's plane crash in Provo Canyon is a 22-year-old from Springville. The 2 others aboard were killed. Third, 6 people died when a bus crashed in Ohio. It was carrying a high school marching band. Right now, 57 degrees, mostly cloudy in Salt Lake City. And back to Dave and Dujanovic on KSL News Radio.
Dave and Dujanovic, special coverage of the top national story.
We're going to talk about what happened to former Utah Jazz player Rudy Gobert last night. He's now playing for the Minnesota Timberwolves, and he was placed in a chokehold. It was the chokehold that kept on giving. Draymond Green, he plays for the Warriors,
yep.
Golden State Warriors. Behavior was indefensible. My view of Draymond's actions, we're going to talk about this right now. Dave watched the video as well. Personally, I think across the line, it wasn't just incidental contact. I thought this is assault.
Oh yeah, it was so out of bounds, and it was not your typical fight in the NBA or NFL, where people are punching, throw some shoves out there. This was a full-on headlock, choke from behind. It shocked me. I haven't seen this before. This was very aggressive.
This is what I'm saying. Well, Draymond has got Gobert in a chokehold. This is ridiculous. Draymond Green should be done. That was unreal from Draymond Green.
And a little backstory on this, Deb. Draymond has been bullying Gobert for years. He's trolled him in social media. One year, Rudy Gobert didn't make the All-Star team, and he really thought he was going to make the All-Star team, and he got choked up in the interview and started crying. And Draymond Green made fun of him. He's like, "You can't cry, man." And he would kind of bully him. Rudy would win Defensive Player of the Year instead of Draymond, and Draymond would be angry about it. So the fact that Draymond went after Gobert does not surprise me. There's been bad blood, at least Draymond toward Gobert, for years.
Dragged him backward in a chokehold. Alex Curie, KSL Sports Zone. What did you make of it?
Dave nailed it. I mean, they've never liked each other, right? So, I mean, the reality is that it's been such a weird thing. I think a lot of the reaction has been Draymond found his excuse to physically get after Rudy last night, and he did it. And I mean, you're going to see some heavy fines coming down, obviously, but there's also the situation where these 2 guys, I mean, it was just wild. It was a weird scene because it was, he's acting like, and the worst part was their head coach stood up for him.
Steve Kerr?
Said, no, Rudy came in. He was the aggressor.
Steve Kerr, I heard that. I heard that. I was shocked. Let me see if I can find that audio while you're talking this out with Dave.
Yeah, I was blown away because Steve Kerr is usually the level-headed one. I don't know why the Warriors continue to defend Draymond Green. I mean, he punched out his own teammate, Jordan Poole, was it 2 years ago or last year? and that video made the rounds, and everybody's like, no, we'll handle it internally. He has a problem.
Here's that audio, guys.
If you watch the replay, Rudy had his hands on Clay's neck, and that's why Draymond went after Rudy. And I saw one replay right after it happened. The guys on the back of the bench were telling us that Rudy had Draymond or had Clay, and that's why Draymond went at Rudy. So that's all I know.
But the NBA announcers were also saying during this incident that Coach Steve Kerr was on the sidelines yelling at Green to get off of Rudy. So I don't know. It sounded like he was just trying to make everything okay or seem okay after the game.
Yeah, I was disappointed because that guy's one of the best coaches.
I went to college with him. I went to college with Coach Steve Kerr at the University of Arizona and watched him play when he was in college. I've always followed his career. Love that guy, but I was shocked at his reaction after the game.
Yeah, and nobody's fooling themselves, Debbie. Like the reality is everybody knows that Draymond is a hothead, and he's one of the more interesting characters in the NBA for sure. But those kind of antics, I don't know. I look at it like it's just another thing on Draymond's list of reasons that you kind of don't really like the guy, or at least certainly Jazz fans don't. And I mean, he's been like this for years, like Dave was saying. And so I think that the reality is that he's got issues, and if you're going to keep explaining them away, like that's not going to help. When he punches his own teammate in the face during practice, and then they go, "Well, we're going to handle this internally," and he's going to get fined and blah, blah, blah. It's like, that's not good enough.
Well, as you were saying, Alex, punches a teammate, kicks Steven Adams in the groin, chokes Gobert. You remember when he jumps off Domantas Sabonis' chest? He used him as a springboard and jumped on his chest while he was laying on the ground.
Yeah. So, Grayson Allen used to play for the Jazz. He was he got this reputation at Duke, right, where he would just trip people like that. It was like that was his move.
Yeah.
If he got beat, he'd stick that leg out. Draymond, people are like, "Oh, you got Draymond when you got kicked in the crotch." Like that was the consensus, is that you get like that Draymond has a move, and that's to kick people below the belt. So
what kind of suspension do you think?
Issues. Do what?
What kind of suspension?
When I saw it all go down, it was so weird because Rudy's looking at people like, "What is going on here?"
Yeah.
And I was kind of disappointed in his teammates, honestly, for not being as good about trying to get the guy off of choking him. You got to de-escalate that by pulling a guy off. You guys are all super strong. Pull a dude off of your teammate, who's choking him, who's holding him,
So you think others should get suspended, not just Green?
I think so. You're going to see fines for sure, kind of for anybody who's involved. And if anybody came off the bench, it's automatic. And so you get suspensions. You'll have a handful of one-game suspensions. I bet you won't see less than 3 games for Draymond. I hope so. I mean, the league has just seen too many of these incidents with him.
Oh, I think it's going to be way more than that, Alex. I think it's going to be way more with his history. I mean, think of Latrell Sprewell choking his coach, PJ Carlesimo.
Right.
He was suspended for 68 games. I think this is going to be significant. If it's 3 games, so help me, Alex, I'm gonna throw something.
I think when it goes to getting involved in something that literally could steal somebody's breath away, he's got to be gone for a number of games. But Alex, we know you'll have more on this with J-Day this afternoon from 3 to 6 on KSL Sports Zone. Thank you so much for joining us live this morning here on the David Dujanovic Show. Always fun to hear from you. And get your hot takes on all things sports. But this one involves a beloved former Utah Jazz player, Rudy Gobert, dragged across the court last night backwards in a chokehold.
Yeah, it was so infuriating, Debbie. I've never liked Draymond Green. If he played for my team, I probably would like him. But he's one of my most disliked players in the entire NBA. He drives me crazy. He's dirty. This move was as dirty as I've seen, and he should be suspended for half a season.
Next, Dave and I are going to take an in-depth look at the growing divide between male and female enrollment at college.
It wasn't so long ago that men enjoyed a clear advantage in American society. But these days, a different story is emerging. Men and boys falling behind, and sometimes into despair.
and not just a little bit behind when it comes to college enrollment. We're going to ask the University of Utah next why it's happening.
KSL FM Midvale.
KSL Salt Lake City.
Listen at home on any smart speaker.
And in your car at 102.7 FM.
This is KSL News Radio.
Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
It's 11 o'clock at KSL News Radio. I'm Dan Bonas. KSL's top story this hour. A man is dead, a possible hostage unharmed after an officer-involved shooting in Magna this morning. Unified Police say they brought a SWAT team to 34th South and 7600 West after getting calls about a man shooting his gun in the street. Officers say he marched a woman out of a nearby house and allegedly fired his gun. Officers shot back and killed him. The woman was not hurt. Salt Lake City Police leading the investigation into the officers involved. More Utah ski resorts are pushing back their opening dates as snowfall has been a little bit sparse to start the year. Snow Basin pushing their opening back, and according to Ski Utah, both Snow Basin and Alta have not set new opening dates. A few more resorts want to open this coming Friday. More snow is on the way, but it may not be enough.
Right now, we're forecasting around 5 to 10 inches of snow up in the upper Cottonwoods and potentially also the Provo area mountains.
That's National Weather Service meteorologist Linda Cheng. She says they're forecasting a similar amount of snow for the mountains on Sunday, but if Friday's openings fall through, the next closest opening day for Snowbird would be November 30th. Utah Jazz, in spite of a rough overall start to the season, are doing well in the in-season tournament. Last night, the Jazz beat Portland to improve to 2-0 in group play. They're back at home for their next tournament game. With the support of most Republicans and nearly every Democrat, the House passed what's called a laddered CR, a continuing resolution that extends government funding and avoids a shutdown. Now the measure awaits passage on the other side of the Capitol, as ABC News national correspondent Stephen Portnoy reports.
With the short-term stopgap passing overwhelmingly in the House, Majority Leader Chuck Schumer hopes it will soon sail through the Senate.
No drama, no delay, no government shutdown. That's our goal.
He'll need the consent of all 99 of his colleagues to accelerate the measure. Opponents could drag out the process, but at this point there's little doubt the measure funding some government agencies through mid-January and the rest through early February will soon be signed into law. Stephen Portnoy, ABC News, Washington.
Your money at this moment, the Dow Jones average up 115 points right now. The NASDAQ is up 14. And a KSL weather, we're going to see a little bit of rain and much cooler temperatures tomorrow. That's next. KSL News Time, 11:02.
We have enough people running around Broadcast House at 4 in the morning to field a football team.
Producers, reporters, the traffic team, and us.
This is Tim and Amanda.
Join us each morning from 5 to 9 on KSL News Radio.
Transform your old, outdated kitchen with Half Price Granite. For a limited time, Half Price Granite is offering special pricing starting at $25 per square foot installed. That's lower than most big box stores. These prices are some of the lowest around. Granite, quartz, marble, and quartzite, all starting at $25 per square foot installed. Call 801-486-1700 or visit halfpricegranite.com. Half Price Granite, affordable luxury.
Guys, your promise is your word, right? You stick by it, you live by it. So does Revive Men's Health with our Revive Promise for low T and ED. The Revive Promise means your tests and lab work are free when you begin treatment, and our low T and ED treatments are money back guaranteed. Yes, that's right. We stand behind our treatments and our results. That's our promise to you. Revive Men's Health has successfully helped thousands of men with low T, ED, and sexual health issues since 2011. If you're experiencing symptoms like chronic low energy, less drive, sleep issues, weight gain, poor performance, bad moods, or ED, you need Revive. Don't settle. Get affordable, guaranteed, custom low T and ED solutions with lasting results from Salt Lake City's favorite men's clinic. And remember, there are no extra bills when you begin treatment. All labs and tests are free, and your low T and ED treatments are money-back guaranteed. Call Revive Men's Health Salt Lake City today to schedule your appointment. Call 801-263-7777. That's 801-263-7777 or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
As if the savings aren't spectacular enough, each and every day, 30 to 70% savings at NPS. They've got a countdown underway to Black Friday. Hi, this is Doug Wright. It's the time to get into the store that we like to think of as the nice place to save. When you shop daily, you're going to see savings for different items throughout the store. And between now and November 22nd, NPS will have additional savings on clothing accessories, bedding and linens, toys, and big screen TVs. It's the perfect place to shop for the holiday season, all 4 of their locations. And remember, you're saving 30 to 70% on everything each and every day. Great brand new items. And during the Black Friday countdown, you'll find deals that are even more spectacular for you. But watch for those great deals and don't pass them up. You snooze, you lose. At all 4 locations, it's Orem, Layton, and Salt Lake.
Getting help with electrical repairs is easier than you think. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Traffic and weather together brought to you by Granite Credit Union's new Dividend Plus checking account. Here's Ricky Meeks.
Looking at a crash-free commute on all the Valley freeways and overall good speeds. But on Legacy Parkway, the orange barrels are out with construction taking traffic down to 1 lane each direction in Centerville. Witness the magic of the Nutcracker opening December 8th with the timeless music of Tchaikovsky. Performed live by the Ballet West Orchestra. Tickets at balletwest.org. Ricky Meeks in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL weather, this is the last of our warm days this week. We'll see showers tomorrow with a high of 55. And right now, 59 degrees, mostly cloudy. I'm Dan Bomas, KSL News Radio, 102.7 FM, 1160 AM, and KSLNewsRadio.com. Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
The D2 follow-up report. We stay connected to important stories to give you the latest.
This story really made a lot of people curious, so we kept digging. We reported earlier this week that women are dominating college campuses right now in a big way. And if you are a woman, you are much more likely to also get a college degree. But here's the story and the data that we're basing this on. 57% of degrees are going to women compared to 42% for men. That's a 15-point difference. And Dave first caught this story on CBS.
Yeah, I was fascinated because the question is, what in the world is going on with men in college, in higher education? Because there are more than 2 million more women enrolled in college right now than men. And that is a huge number.
And you didn't just stop there. After the show, we talked about it. We didn't really come to any conclusions during our debate about why this is happening. I personally felt like it's women fulfilling our destiny. We weren't always given the same rights. We weren't given that same level playing field that we have today, and that we've earned and we've deserved. I wouldn't even say we enjoy it. We deserved it. But you look back to, in my lifetime, women have been allowed to open up, for example, their own bank accounts without a man being a co-signer. That's in my lifetime. This is in the early 70s that happened. We weren't always given the same opportunities to enroll in college as a man. And I felt like once Title IX opened the door for a more level playing field for women, we're like, we're not looking back. We're going to keep running. But you sat down at your computer after, and you went online, and you wanted to see how things were shaking out in Utah. What'd you find?
Yeah, I was curious to see how this compares nationally to locally. So the national trends are about 56, 57% of colleges are women. And I wanted to say, okay, well, what are these numbers here in Utah? And this is what I found. I went to College Factual. This is where I pulled all the information. That's a website that tracks all the schools across the country, and it breaks it down in a million different ways. Cost, tuition, demographics, racial disparities, and this one is gender. So to give you an idea, again, nationally, we're looking at about 57% are women. At Weber State, almost identical. 56% of the enrollment is women. Utah State, a little lower, 53% are women. The biggest disparity you're seeing is happening in southern Utah. So Southern Utah University, SUU, and the former Dixie State, which is now Utah Tech, they're at 59% women and 58% women. When you come up north, UVU, the University of Utah, it's about 50-50. So it's a very even distribution.
Rebecca Walsh, Communications Director for the University of Utah. Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
So doesn't seem to be a huge disparity when it comes to gender differences at the University of Utah. It seems like it's right around 50-50. Is that on purpose?
I think it is. Our enrollment management team works very carefully throughout the recruitment process and the application process to make sure that we are as close to 50-50 as we can with our incoming classes. We know that the split sort of ebbs and flows as students stay in school. We have slightly more women graduating with graduate degrees from the university, and it's pretty 50-50 for undergraduate degrees, the gender split, men versus women who are graduating from the university.
Was this something that you noticed years ago, and what did you do to address it?
I think Title IX changed a lot of things for U.S. universities. If you look back to the 1940s after World War II, the GI Bill really changed the gender makeup of universities for a while up until the 60s and 70s. We were pretty dominated by male students. The balance has shifted now, and there are more women going into college nationally, and I think also in Utah. Title IX was huge as part of that.
So what did you do, I guess, maybe to balance things out as the rest of the country is moving the other direction?
Again, I have to give credit to our enrollment management team. They study the data. They speak to the high school counselors. We have a holistic application process that considers the whole student. So it's not even dependent on so much on ACT and SAT scores now. It's the service that you've done, the leadership that you have demonstrated. And we have exceptional students, both men and women, applying to the university, and we're lucky that we are close to 50-50 with our incoming classes.
Rebecca Walsh is the Communications Director at the University of Utah. We asked her to join the show because we reported earlier this week about a major disparity in the number of women compared to the number of men enrolled in colleges across the United States. But the University of Utah doesn't have this issue. It's more right in the 50-50 range, equal number of women compared to men enrolled at the University of Utah. So you said just a few minutes ago, Rebecca, something that stood out to me. You're now considering the whole student. I remember when I applied for college, it did depend on, I can't remember if I took the SAT or the ACT. It's been so long ago. And also my grades in high school. And they didn't ask so much about community service that I recall. But that seems to be, is that a recent shift?
Yes, I think most U.S. universities are going in that direction. COVID changed a lot of things for a lot of American students. Those were some tough years. ACT scores and GPAs suffered as a result. And so I think this focus on the whole student and holistic admissions is an attempt to kind of equalize things for all students as they're applying to universities, to take into consideration those that maybe there were some learning losses and some tough grades during the pandemic when students were stuck at home learning online. This is an attempt to kind of equalize and help us move forward and be fair to all students.
Are there any sort of quotas where you purposely say, okay, well, this semester or this year we were overrepresented by men or overrepresented by women? We need to balance this out more?
No, I think we're always aiming for 50-50 as best we can. Things shake out over the years. In 2023, for our master's programs, we had 50.8% of our graduates were women, 49% were men. For PhDs, 55% of the students who graduated with PhDs from the U were women, 45% were men. And then in 2023, our bachelor's degrees, 50.5% were awarded to women and 49.5% were awarded to men. We feel like we're pretty equitable in how our degrees are awarded and who ends up graduating from our institution. And we try to start from that place as well with our incoming classes.
Rebecca Walsh, thank you for joining us, Communications Director for the University of Utah.
It was just days ago that we called Congressman Blake Moore a rising star in the GOP, and lo and behold, he's calling the show straight ahead. In light of almost Fight Club during a Senate hearing yesterday, an allegation that Representative Kevin McCarthy elbowed another representative who voted to oust him in the back yesterday. Things are getting wild back in D.C.
There are dumb days on Capitol Hill, and there are dumber days on Capitol Hill, and this is one of the dumbest I've seen in quite a long time.
We'll ask Congressman Blake Moore next to weigh in.
Dave and Dujanovic.
We know Utah relies on KSL for balance and fair treatment.
We provide news and analysis from all sides.
Utah's Morning News from 5 to 9.
Dave and Debbie, 9 to noon on KSL News Radio.
KSL is more than a news station. It's a meeting place.
What an extraordinary and forgiving nature.
I love stories like that.
It's where neighbors and coworkers engage with the community. Where anyone can get the very latest news from Midvale to the Middle East.
Police have located the vehicle.
Mitt Romney says he's not considering another run for president.
They've opened up that right lane of travel.
This week, join the anchors and hosts Utah has relied on for generations. We have you covered at KSL News Radio.
Advanced Window Products is having their biggest sale of the year. If your old windows let the winter cold seep in, now's the time to get the highest quality double-pane windows and custom insulated frames. Advanced Window Products is a local company that crafts beautiful precision frames right here in Salt Lake City for 37 years. And the magic is, they cut out the middleman. They build the windows, they install the windows, and they guarantee them for life. So you save on the highest quality windows and frames. Any style, any color, any questions? Yes, financing. They offer 60-month 0% financing. They'll even let you put off the first payment up to 2 years, and while that's tempting to think about, the reason to call them right now is the biggest sale of the year. This month only, when they do your entire home of 10 windows or more, you get $3,500 off plus a free premium glass upgrade. So call Advanced Window Products right now, 801-850-9100, 801-850-9100, or advancedwindowsusa.com.
Here's something you've never heard before.
Stop. This is Simply Safe.
Introducing 24/7 lifeguard protection, only from Simply Safe Home Security. Now, monitoring agents can see and speak to intruders through our new indoor camera to help stop crime in real time and for fast police response. Get 20% off any new system with Fast Protect monitoring at simplysafe.com/radio. Advanced Home Security, 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Nothing slows my little girl down, except a stuffy nose.
Mommy.
That's why I use Sinex Children's Saline from Vicks. Sinex instantly clears mucus in everyday stuffy little noses with a gentle, ultra-fine mist designed for kids. Just Sinex? Breathe. Her stuffy nose is gone for now. And so is she.
Sinex Children's Saline. Sinex, breathe. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
This holiday season, Unbottled wants to remind you that small acts of kindness can have a big impact. Through the support of local dairy farm families, Unbottled is demonstrating how a little dairy can help create lasting memories. Local dairy farm families have a proud history of backing high school athletics through their partnership with the Utah High School Activities Association. Dairy farmers, through Unbottled, provide free milk to all attendees of state tournaments, not just athletes who are competing. Plus, Unbottled is capping the year by participating in several events to benefit local nonprofits, along with bringing joy to first responders and other worthy groups in the community. Dairy foods provide protein to rebuild, hydration to refuel, and electrolytes to help your body recover after exercise. Learn more about how Unbottled is supporting youth, fueling athletes, and bringing a little joy to everyday heroes at Unbottled.com. Unbottled is a Dairy West brand and proudly serves local dairy farm families.
Introducing Yes, Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric. We're bringing all of Utah's favorite HVAC, plumbing, and electrical brands under one roof. Purchase select HVAC systems from the pros at Yes today and receive a free furnace and Google Nest thermostat. Keep your family comfortable all year long with a new energy-efficient heating and cooling system from Yes. Request your free consultation or second opinion today. Proudly serving Utah for more than 45 years. Call now or visit theyesmancan.com for details, terms, and conditions.
Arrive in style in a great fitting suit from Mr. Mac. They ensure a perfect fit, offering fast, free alterations by expert tailors at all 9 Mr. Mac stores. Arrive in style, Mr. Mac.
Experience the timeless Christmas classic that has captivated audiences nationwide. For master songwriter and storyteller Michael McLean, The Forgotten Carols is back. With an unforgettable story and songs that are a Christmas tradition for families everywhere. See the spectacular stage musical in Orem, Salt Lake, Ogden, Vernal, Tooele, and Heber. Tickets at ForgottenCarols.com.
Join KSL on the movie show this Friday from 9 to noon at My Hearing Centers, 8941 South, 700 East, Suite 203 in Sandy.
With the 3 things you need to know this hour, I'm Dan Bomas. First, the NBA is waiting to hear what sanctions might be issued against players involved in a brawl in the opening minutes of yesterday's Minnesota Golden State game. Second, unified police officers shot and killed a man in Magna overnight. A woman who is a possible hostage survived without injury. Third, a resolution passed by the House will avoid a government shutdown for the next few weeks. Right now, 59 degrees, mostly cloudy in Salt Lake City. And back to Dave and Dujanovic on KSL News Radio.
Dave and Dujanovic. Dave and Dujanovic.
It has been a wild, wild week in Washington, D.C., specifically in the nation's capital. First of all, the House passed a stopgap funding measure that runs us through mid-January till the 1st of February. It's a staggered measure yesterday. And there are also, a couple of moments where things almost went to fisticuffs. One had to do with a Senate hearing.
Well, stand your butt up then.
You stand your butt up.
Oh, hold on. Oh, stop it.
Is that your solution? Every
Hold it.
And the other involved former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy being accused of elbowing another lawmaker who helped oust him from the speakership in the back, where that guy chased McCarthy down the hall and accused him of elbowing him in the back. Thankfully, we have Congressman Blake Moore, waiting on the line to sort it all out for us, Dave.
What's going on back there, Representative?
Well, I heard in the prelude to this that there was also a brawl in the NBA. So you can't just say it's just us. It's going on. It's all over the place.
Yeah, I'm no kidding. It is going around. Well, first of all, we want to thank you for joining us. And I don't know if you heard our discussion earlier this week about the fact that your star is rising back in the nation's capital. We'll just throw you a softball right here, Representative. Things are going well for you.
I wouldn't. I won't. I would never communicate it that way as far as the star thing. But I am really, really thrilled. I have a really hardworking team, and just a bit outside my comfort zone to kind of run against some of my colleagues. When you get into politics, you run against the opposition party or people challenging you in a primary. I can do that all day long. Like I'm geared for that fight. But there were 6 other really good, strong candidates, qualified. It's a little bit outside your comfort zone, but we thought we had something to offer. I know I've got something to offer. Unique. I share a very positive, optimistic, conservative message, and the conference, they appreciated that. They wanted it to be about empowering them to share the message to each of their districts. It's typically a behind the scenes. I joked with a lot of folks. Yeah, they're all congratulating me. I'm like, be honest. Did you even know the vice chair was a role 2 or 3 weeks ago? So with Speaker Johnson rising from there, we've never had anybody in leadership in Utah that's been elected this way. So that's a really neat thing, and I think it's really important. It'll always provide a voice to Western issues, to things like Hill Air Force Base and whatnot. So I'm really excited.
I do kind of chuckle because when you said, have you ever heard of the vice chair of the House Republican Conference? I had not. I did not know what that was.
That's your job now.
That's your job now.
That's part of your job now. Congrats.
What is it that role will do, and how does that benefit Utah?
So there's probably three quick things about it. One, the actual role is to empower other members to help share the message. The conference chair, communicates the broad message, comes up with all the things that are going on in the world and what are our responses to that, what are our solutions. And my job will be to make sure that I can help members tailor it to what they do. We have folks in Biden plus 16 districts. The Biden won very handedly. We also have districts that are very, very ruby red, very, very conservative districts, and their message is they tailor that. They find areas that are most important to their local area and help message that. And so there's lots of tools to do that. Two, I get a role on the steering committee, which helps make decisions on who all is on what committees, and that's a very important aspect to how things get done back here. And I'll serve on that, and then again just a leadership voice. As we vacated Speaker McCarthy, he was a Western voice. There's Western issues that from all of the Intermountain West, Oregon, California water issues. Those things are important. And when we are heavy located on the east and in the south in our Republican conference right now, like having a Western voice is going to be important too. So I'm going to be able to fill that role.
Congressman Blake Moore live on the line with us right now, one day after the House passed a stopgap spending measure that'll keep the government open and running through mid-January. This is a staggered approach. Dave and I talked about this earlier. Some will be funded through mid-January. Other agencies will be funded through the first part of February. I meant to spot check how you voted on this measure, but I know that 93 Republicans voted against it. What has that done internally to the party with those 93 voting against it? And where were you one of them, or did you vote in favor of it?
Yeah, no, there was 127 Republicans that voted in favor of it. I was supportive of it. The Utah delegation was supportive of it. It wasn't a surprise. It wasn't a surprise. Sometimes it's always tough to get out there in these types of votes. But we've got strong wins from this, right? And what we're gonna you won't be talking about a Christmas Eve massive spending bill that gets jammed through right before Christmas Eve, because Speaker Johnson made that his priority to say we are going to avoid the Christmas omnibus. We are going to put the pressure on the Senate, because as soon as January 1st kicks in, spending cuts that we negotiated in the debt ceiling kick in. And we're going to use that leverage to help get these appropriations bills done so we can find that reduced spending options that we want. That I don't know how you defend avoiding voting for that. So my colleagues have voted no. Like these are always kind of weird, tough votes to take. And once it passes, a lot of people then just jump in. Once there's enough votes to make sure that it passes, they jump on and they vote no, just because it's probably easier to explain politically sometimes. But we are getting a staggered approach to prioritize the most important, and we're going to avoid what's been done for decades back here of a Christmas pressure-filled omnibus that we won't be pressured by the Senate to say like we are either going to not pay our military people for Christmas or pass this bill. We're going to actually pass it with substantive spending measures that are going to be implemented from what we let on in the debt ceiling, and so it's a win across the board. Every Republican supportive of those things, and I think that if they look back on that, everybody will be very grateful that we were able to pass this bill yesterday.
Will that omnibus just end up being a Valentine's omnibus instead of a Christmas omnibus package?
My wife wishes that I put as much equivalency Valentine's as Christmas, but no, and it'll be staggered in two different approaches so we can make sure to prioritize some of the key things. A lot of that depends on the Senate. We think there's commitment, and the Democrats coming on board too with the staggered approach. deep down, there's strong commitment that they like to avoid that pressure situation as well, and pulling out as many to do on them individually as possible. The issue that we're having right now as a Republican conference is that we're not able to pass with several holdouts. We're not able to pass the individual appropriations bills. We are doing everything by regular order now, which hasn't been done back here in this town for a long time. And we passed 12 individual bills, but people keep holding it up for one little, persnickety thing or the other. We need to pass the bill, send them over to the Senate, and then they will send them back to us. And if they choose to send them back in an omni, we're still going to fight to break them up and do them individually. But you have to remember, in this 12-bill package, 80% of the funding is driven by Republicans. That's the misnomer that's actually out there. It's defense. It's Homeland Security. It's MilCon, very much supported by Democrats as well. But for that many Republicans to vote against something that we actually support 80% of the funding usually, it's a weird political environment back here, and I would rather explain these votes than just kind of avoid it. And I love the wins that we're getting out of this.
Well, I love how you filibustered this, Representative Moore, because we don't have time to ask you about this.
You want to run your mouth? We can be two consenting adults. We can finish it here. Okay, that's fine. Perfect. You want to do it now? I'd love to do it right now. Well, stand your butt up then. You stand your butt up.
How the Senate hearing almost went to fisticuffs yesterday, but we'll catch you on that next time. You just tell everybody back there at our nation's capital they better calm down.
We need a break. We need a Thanksgiving break.
Yeah, thank goodness it's just right around the corner. As always, love talking to you here on the David Dujanovic Show.
Thank you all.
Congressman Blake Moore taking time out of his day to give us a buzz. Thanks so much.
It's 11:31 at KSL News Radio. I'm Dan Bomas. KSL's top local story this hour. The Great Salt Lake, a big focus for the legislature this year, on track to be a top topic in the 2024 legislative session as well. Utah's director of the Division of Water Resources, Candace Austin Yeager, is working on secondary meters to help people better understand how much irrigation water they really use.
We have found over the years that once people have the information on how much water they're using without even a change in their water bill or the price for water, they reduce their water use by 20 to 30%.
Yeager says $250 million was appropriated by the Utah legislature to install secondary meters. Our top national story this hour from ABC News. Thousands of Starbucks workers are planning a walkout tomorrow during Red Cup Day. It's a day when Starbucks gives out its limited edition holiday cups. Also one of the most profitable days for the company every year. More from ABC's Whit Johnson.
The union representing the baristas is demanding Starbucks turn off mobile ordering on future promotion days, saying the influx of customers without additional staffing creates unnecessarily stressful working conditions.
The Starbucks in a statement says the union for those workers has not come to the bargaining table in more than 4 months. Your money at this moment, the Dow Jones average up on the day, 132 points. The NASDAQ up, but just by a little, about 8 points today. And our KSL weather looks like we'll see a little bit of rain and much cooler temperatures tomorrow. KSL News Time, 11:32.
Early mornings can be hard enough, just getting yourself going.
We try to make it a little easier with news and weather from comfortable, trusted anchors and reporters.
Join us on Utah's Morning News between 5 and 9
on KSL News Radio.
One of the things as we start feeling the temperatures change, gets a little colder, winter sets in, the snow starts flying, one of the things I notice most in our family is our skin just dries out. It's the worst part of winter. As much as we love winter and skiing, the dry skin is the worst. It's one of the primary reasons that we decided to call Kinetico of Utah and have them come out to our house, show us the difference that soft water makes. And they promised me, they said, you know what, Dave, you will notice from your very first shower the difference that soft water makes. And sure enough, we could feel the difference when we were taking a shower or bath with soft water. You could feel the difference on your skin. It feels softer, more hydrated. We don't need to bathe in lotion afterwards. And it was the biggest reason why my wife and I decided to make the investment in a Connecticut water softener. So if you're interested, if you're sick of that dry, scaly skin, this has really helped our family. 801-576-8600. That's 801-576-8600. Or check them out online, softwaterutah.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. The IRS just rolled out a new program to help struggling taxpayers more easily resolve their tax problems. It's called the Taxpayer Relief Initiative, and it opens up powerful new options for people looking to get back on the right track with the IRS. And no one knows this program like the professionals at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution company. They've resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients and have the expertise and experience to help you. One easy call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries of wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Make today the beginning of your fresh start with the IRS. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief now for your free confidential consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Be advised, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to save 40 to 80% on a hot tub and swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to save 40 to 80% on a hot tub and swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, noon to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Any Hour Services can help you make sure your furnace keeps you warm this winter. Whether you need a tune-up, a repair, or a second opinion about replacing it, call Any Hour Services or visit anyhourservices.com.
KSL offers the best daily newsletter in the state. It's the 3 things you need to know. Every weekday, we deliver quality and relevant content to your inbox. No ads, no spam, just the 3 things you need to know to be informed about the world around you. Subscribe today. Visit KSLNewsRadio.com or text the word inbox to 57500. That's inbox to 57500.
Traffic and weather together brought to you by Granite Credit Union's new Dividend Plus checking account. Here's Ricky Meese.
It's a good drive on the Valley freeways and main secondaries, but I do want to give you a couple of spots where you need to pay attention due to road work. There will be lane shifts both directions of Highway 189 near Deer Creek. And then we also have northbound traffic blocked at 11th East, on 11th East at 2100 South. Again, this is due to road work. You will need to find an alternate northbound travel route like 9th East. That might be a better option. Protect your health and your family. The American Heart Association and Live Fierce Take Action sponsor Optum urge you to get your flu shot today. Learn more at heart.org/flu. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL weather, this will be the last of our warm days this week. We'll see showers tomorrow with a high of 55. A chance for more rain for the weekend. And right now, we're at 63 degrees, partly cloudy. I'm Dan Bomas, KSL News Radio, 102.7 FM, 1160 AM, and KSLNewsRadio.com. Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Dave and Dujanovic.
Just a reminder, I know Kevin Eubank is going to be so excited to hear this. You can join us on Fridays, finally on Fridays, starting the first week of January. Moving the show Monday through Friday, not just Monday through Thursday anymore. They've said, you know what? You guys deserve an extra day. After what, almost 6 years together, we're moving to Friday. So excited about this.
Okay. I will tell you this. For years, I've heard people say, why aren't you on Friday? Why are you on Friday? What's the movie show? The movie show's been on forever. We love the movie show. The movie show is actually moving from 11 or to 11 o'clock, and it'll go from 11 to 1, so you can listen to the movie show as you have lunch. But no, we're very excited to be able to talk about the news for 5 straight days. It'll be amazing.
Kevin Eubank, KSL meteorologist. Aren't you happy to hear that? He's so happy as no comment.
Awkward silence.
Hold on a minute. What's going on?
Kevin.
We don't have Kevin yet? Oh, you know what? This is my fault. This is not Kevin Eubank's fault. Nope, this is totally.
I thought you called an audible. I thought
it's okay.
We're talking to Kevin in 10 minutes.
I absolutely love and adore our producer, Caitlin, because she knows the moment that I screw up. Sorry, guys. Sorry to all of our listeners as well. This is totally a Debbie Dujanovic fail on this. We're not talking to Kevin Eubank yet. We're talking to him in 10 minutes about the lack of snow and the ski resorts not being able to open, a couple of them not being able to open because of the lack of snow, and what he's seeing in the forecast for the Thanksgiving holiday. Sorry, Dave, I did not call an audible. What we're going to talk about right now is something totally different than the weather. We're in dire trouble with the housing market, and this comes straight from our friends at the Deseret News in an article. Audit says Utah needs to build, get this, 28,000 units a year to keep up with how far behind, or to catch up, because we're so far behind in the housing market. And you are not going to like the solution, but I'm going to bounce it off you in a second.
Well, there's no question. The shortage has driven prices up. It's simple, supply and demand. There's not nearly enough supply, so everybody gets into these crazy bidding wars. And it's settled down a little bit, but remember, in less than a year ago, people were putting their houses on the market, and within days, they would have dozens of offers.
Minutes.
Yeah.
Minutes. So here's the solution according to this audit. And this, to me, this has to be the NIMBYs understanding that we're going to have to NIMBY. We're going to have to NIMBY. You're going to have to let go of the not in my backyard. Cities, local governments, counties are going to have to come to the table along with lawmakers and come up with a solution that requires more homes on less land. So that means more townhomes, more condominiums in your communities, more apartments, all of the things y'all protest against. I've at times in my life been part of that NIMBY. I didn't want it in my backyard, but then I have to think, where are my kids going to live? Where are they going to live? They are not in a zone right now where they can afford a $600,000 home. We're going to have to build more supply, which will hopefully also lower price because the supply and demand of housing. And there's going to just have to be more homes, and they're going to have to be built in your backyard and in my backyard.
For years and years in my hometown, there was this area by Davis Golf Course, and we voted that down. We fought against developing that area for so long, and they put in high-density housing, tons of apartments, townhomes, and I'm talking hundreds and hundreds, maybe even thousands. It was enormous, and we were concerned about the traffic. We were concerned about, how busy it's going to be, and crime. We thought that was going to be an issue.
More housing, more dense housing brings in all the crime.
Yeah. Any guesses how it turned out? Just fine. It was.
Even though it's there?
Debbie, I have no idea. I haven't noticed an ounce of difference. It is totally normal. They threw in a stoplight. That was the ginormous change. I was shocked at how little of an impact it had, even though it provided hundreds of housing opportunities for folks. So I've changed my tune a little bit on this.
Have you? Could you do more housing like that in your community?
Definitely. Yeah.
What about converting golf courses into housing?
Well, let's not get crazy here, Deb.
But think about that.
I've got 18 pristine holes to play.
Yeah, I know, and it's right. It is in your backyard. It's IMBY, not NIMBY. It's IMBY in my backyard. I golf, not well, but I golf, and I like golf courses. But I look at how sometimes how kind of underutilized they are and how much water they guzzle up. But although you would say, well, you build homes, you got to use water for homes too, and I get that. But it just makes it, there's a lot of area in Salt Lake County specifically that's landlocked. I mean, we're not building anywhere else, and I don't know. Golf courses are one thought. Also, what about more apartments? Apartments tend to bring in more people transitioning and in and out. And kind of, what do they call that? Like when you don't buy but you rent. I'll think of the word transient. It's a horrible word to use for that, but transient housing. Thanks, Dawn. Our control room is amazing today. They're keeping me straight. Transient housing, where people are kind of coming and going, and you don't have that old-fashioned neighborhood feel. Are you okay with apartments?
I far prefer to live in a neighborhood. I've lived in apartments before, and I've lived in that community, but I far prefer. That being said, if it's the difference between being a homeowner and a renter, that no question.
The audit says that Utah is expected to grow by more than 550,000 households, so more than 500,000 households by between 2020, but by the end of 2040. So in the next 17 years, we're going to add more than 500,000 households. And if we don't start looking at ways to build more homes in less space, we're going to run out of room, which means the supply is going to be short. It's going to continue to be short. We're already short. Prices are going to go higher and higher. I'm afraid our kids are going to have to start looking out of state or really, really living far away.
But it's very difficult as a homeowner to encourage this because I know it's going to drive down my home prices. So selfishly, being a homeowner, it's in my best interest to keep supply low because that just makes my home more valuable.
Next, we're fixing what I messed up just a few minutes ago. Thankfully, Caitlin, our producer in the control room, getting Kevin Eubank, KSL meteorologist, on the line. Next, to talk about the lack of snow. You're looking out there on the mountains, Dave.
Well, I'm just looking out the window and seeing how many leaves are still on the trees. There are still a lot of leaves on the trees, which means there's no snow on the ground, folks.
Dave and Dujanovic. We're expanding Dave and Dujanovic on KSL.
Now they'll be live on Fridays.
Starting in January, hear Dave and Debbie at 9 and the movie show at 11.
Finally, Friday on KSL News Radio.
All right, if you're thinking about adding a generator to your home or a battery, perhaps you have a solar system, a solar power system, and you want to have those storage batteries, but you're not quite sure who's going to install it for you, I've got it. Master Electrical.
Master Electrical also has upfront pricing. You're going to love this. So when they come to your house to give you the bid, they're going to give you a price right up front, and that is the price you're going to pay when the job is done. No more guessing.
Yeah, and no more upcharges. I think that's one of the biggest concerns I've always had whenever I get some work done at my house. I get the invoice. I'm afraid that I'm going to get upcharged because they said, oh, this is my favorite. It's not up to code. So I get upcharged. Well, with Master Electrical, you'll never see an upcharge. Their pricing system simply won't allow it.
They'll go from Logan to Santaquin to do the job and do it right for you.
Yeah, all you have to do is give them a call at 801-543-2222. That might be the easiest number ever to remember, 543-2222.
And you can always check them out anytime online at masterelectrical.com.
Hey, Derek Overstreet here from the New Millennium Group, financial advisors in Utah. You know, I've been helping people retire in the state of Utah for the last 20 years. The way we do that is we actually find out what is important to you. We create a step-by-step plan that takes into consideration your income, your debt, whether you want money from real estate, stock market, annuities, life insurance, whatever. If you want to deal with professionals, people that are fiduciaries and have a legal responsibility and obligation to do what's in your best interest, give my team a call at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370. Or go to my website, utahsfinancialplanner.com. If you'd like to retire 3 to 5 years before you thought it was possible, give my team a call right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370.
Bill Riley here with University of Utah head football coach Kyle Whittingham. Now tell me, Coach Witt, what's your philosophy on a winning team?
I believe the key to winning is a strong offensive line. When the linemen do their job, nothing gets through to the quarterback, so he can do his job.
Well, what happens if the linemen don't do their job?
Ouch. You know, Bill, I recently learned that kidneys work like linemen for your body. When your kidneys work, they block poisons and chemicals from your blood.
Coach, I've heard that 1 in 9 Americans have some form of kidney disease. What can we do to fight back?
Join me, Coach Kyle Whittingham, and be part of the winning team against kidney disease. Donate your used car or truck to the Kidney Foundation. Your car will be towed for free, and you'll get a receipt for a tax deduction. Tell them how to do that, Bill.
Donate your car to the Kidney Foundation today and make your car a kidney car. Cars to save lives. Call 1-800-TOW-CARS. That's TOW CARS. Cars with a K. 1-800-TOW-CAR.
Every year, the National Kidney Foundation helps individuals and families affected by kidney disease. Help them out by making your car a kidney car. Call 1-800-TOW-CARS.
This is Derek Miller speaking on business. Digital cameras have enabled millions of Americans to take billions of photographs. So why is Busaith Photography Studio and Gardens in more demand than ever? Here's Drake Busaith to explain.
Our little family portrait studio opened its doors almost exactly 50 years ago. Today, it's the second and the third generation Busaiths that you'll meet when you come in, along with a group of very talented photographers and artists. We specialize in fine portraits of children and families worthy of hanging as art in your home. We even come and install these portraits in your home for you. We feel that no piece of furniture can warm a home more than a beautiful portrait of your family, and nothing speaks more to your guests about what's really important to you. We're located in the great old Evans Mansion on South Temple, right at 7th East, and this wonderful old home provides a great setting for photography, and we feel very lucky to be there. We've been voted best in state for the past 13 years running. We're very passionate about photography and about portraiture, and we love our jobs, and we do hope to be around for another 50 years.
In addition to wonderful family photos, the team at Busaith Photography also take magnificent executive photos of business leaders, graduates, families, and more. See the results at busaith.com. I'm Derek Miller with the Salt Lake Chamber, speaking on business.
With the 3 things you need to know this hour, I'm Dan Bomas. First, there could be another big push in the legislature this year to get meters installed on secondary water systems. Second, unionized Starbucks employees plan to walk out on the day the coffee chain brings out its red cups for the holidays. Third, Utah's outgoing speaker will have an airboat named for him at the Great Salt Lake. And right now, 63 degrees, partly cloudy in Salt Lake City. And back to Dave and Dujanovic on KSL News Radio.
Dave and Dujanovic.
Well, it looks like ski resorts are pushing back their opening dates, Dave, because there's just not enough snowfall. Snow Basin announcing they're opening back. We know that Alta also pushed it back. I think Brian Head down in the southern Utah area pushed it back as well, but maybe Kevin Eubank can fact check me on that. We just don't have enough snow.
Every night, I tune into KSL television. I even wait and watch the weather before the sports. I'm waiting for that white coat to show up on my screen, and nothing. Just a regular good-looking suit.
So, Eubank, it's your fault.
Well, first off, I'm so glad you've had me back on your show. I thought I'd done something wrong, and you've waited so long to bring me back. I'm glad it's a snow crisis that's brought me back to this show.
You have done a lot of things wrong, but we won't talk about those here. We just need you to fix the snow crisis. What's up?
Well, listen, our expectations are so artificially high because of what we did last year. So remember, last year, the first 2 weeks of November, the mountains had 3 feet of snow. Valleys had already received their first snow, and it was like, oh my gosh, here we go. So it kicked off a very early ski season for us, where we were opening before Thanksgiving, and then it just never stopped. We ended up with over 900 inches of snow in the mountains of northern Utah, all-time record. So it's kind of that post-traumatic snow disorder is what we've got, the PTSD from last year, because it truly was incredible how last year went, and it kind of set these expectations probably a little bit too high for the start of this season.
I was just going to call it a little recency bias, but you're right. It's the post-traumatic snow disorder. That's perfect. Okay, so now that I'm trying to erase from my memory last year, because that's the crazy year, when does it really start coming down? When do we expect to see, typically in a year, these big snowstorms start coming in?
So average opening for our ski resorts is the week after Thanksgiving. That's average. And that's for the mountains to see the snow. And so average first snowfall in Salt Lake City occurs in the middle of November. So we're just coming up on the average first snow. And what's interesting is the models are hinting that right after Thanksgiving, we actually have the potential for a little bit of valley snow. So it's right on time. I mean, we're not behind. We're definitely not ahead, but we came off such a stellar year last year. We've got great water supply. We're going to be fine. All the models are indicating long range that we're going to have an average to an above average snowfall year for us. And that would be a win. That would be perfect for what we need to do to continue to recover from our drought and not bring in too much. But could we handle another year of 5, 6, 7, 800 inches? Yeah, we have the capacity to handle that too. So, Debbie Doomer over there, who always figures out the worst scenario, we're going to survive.
Exactly.
And it's all good. No matter really what happens, we're going to be okay. But generally, that middle of November is when we start seeing the first valley snow.
Yeah, when you said 900 inches, that was just so staggering. The average year is what in terms of inches?
550 to 600.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
yeah,
so
for the mountains. That's for the Wasatch. That's the Cottonwood Canyons area.
So I have a list of opening dates. I said Brian Head pushed theirs back. It looks like Brian Head is opening on the 17th of November, so that is just in a couple of days from now. And I looked at their website. Their lift tickets are as cheap as like $35, by the way. So I mean, the next week they're $50. I mean, I don't know what the snow looks like there, but their lift tickets are reasonable compared to everywhere else. That was just
I think they call them rocks. Their snow looks like rocks.
That was just a little.
Believe me, there's going to be an adjustment, Debbie. They're not going to open. I promise.
Okay, there is going to be an adjustment. Okay, that's what I wanted. So that's what the date is here. But Beaver Mountain, Alta, Brighton, Cherry Peak, all TBA. Deer Valley's pushing, it looks like, for December 2nd. Eagle Point, December 15th. Nordic Valley, December 2nd. So Park City looks like November 17th. How about PC? Are they going to be able to open up, you think, to good skiing, or have they already done that?
No, they probably won't. And let me tell you the deal. This is all marketing. Everything they've done up to this point has been about getting visitors to come to the state, booking Thanksgiving plans if they're families who ski. This is all 100% marketing, trying to get an advantage or get ahead of things. The only resort to open in Utah was Solitude, one run, snow blown, Mother Nature, and a lot of man work to get that open. That's marketing. They're just trying to get it open. And so what happens is all these adjustments, all these slides are the reality of a marketing message gone awry. We can't open if we don't have snow. So the goal is to try to get people excited, try to make reservations, try to put Utah and the resorts on their map for their holiday plans. But when you don't have snow, you can't open a resort. And that's just the bottom line. So we're still another probably 2 weeks away from having enough snow. We've got a couple storms coming. They're going to be good. Cold air's coming, so the mountain snow operations can fire back up. And really 2 weeks before we start seeing more consistent openings and likely openings for the year, not just a weekend at a time.
Kevin, because I'm a terrible person, I'm going to ask you a question. I have no idea if you know this or how you would know this, but I'm going to throw it out there anyway because, nothing better than live radio and impossible questions. But I was driving through kind of the Jeremy Ranch area and I saw, the man-made snow blown, they were blasting trying to get, snow laid down. How common and how long have we been, with going with like the snow machines? Is that just a relatively recent thing, the last few decades, or has this been technology we've been using for generations?
We've been using this technology all the way back into the 80s, but it has come so far in the last 10 years. computerized systems, full-on pump houses, digital nozzles. I mean, we're talking about the science of snowmaking has been taken to a whole nother level. You're referencing Woodward Park up in Park City. They're trying to blow that hill for all their training and athletes that come. And if you don't have, in reality in Utah, if you don't have snowmaking equipment, you are at pure mercy of Mother Nature. And every resort in the state, with the exception of very few, I 2, maybe 3, do not have snowmaking equipment. That becomes a problem during certain years of drought. And so to answer the question, Dave, snowmaking is huge. And it has come a long, long way. And if you ever want to go see a really cool thing, go up to one of these big resorts and see their way they do it. It's fascinating. And it truly makes the second greatest snow on earth. We get it naturally. That's the best. The snow guns, they make it the second best.
That's awesome, Kev.
The second greatest. I love it. Of course, you knew all the answers. Kevin Eubank, thank you so much for joining us.
Maria Chaleos, standing by with all your news. Utah lawmakers have advanced a proposal. Makes it easier to ban certain books from school libraries. Maria has that information next.
KSL FM Midvale.
KSL Salt Lake City.
Listen at home on any smart speaker.
And in your car at 102.7 FM.
This is KSL News Radio.
Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Good afternoon. KSL News Time is 12 o'clock noon, and this is Utah's Noon News. I'm Maria Chaleos. KSL's top story this hour. Utah lawmakers have advanced a proposal that makes it easier to ban certain books from school libraries. KSL News Radio's Adam Small has more.
This proposal would force every school district in the state to remove a book from its shelves if either 3 school districts decide to ban it or if 2 districts and 5 charter schools do. It would also put challenged books through 2 tunnels of review. 1, does it have pornography? If it does, it's banned. If it doesn't, the challenged book has to have significant, as the legislation puts it, literary, artistic, political, or scientific value to stay on the shelves. Representative Carol Moss voted against it.
We are undermining professional teachers and librarians when we have discussions like this.
Senator John Johnson voted to support it.
This is not about burning books. It's not about banning books. This is about protecting the innocence of children.
The bill passed and will be heard again by a committee during the next general legislative session next year. Adam Small, KSL News Radio.
House committees will be meeting all day. The Law Enforcement and Criminal Justice Interim Committee will discuss a bill that would require an armed guard at every school in the state. KSL News Radio's Amy Kobabe is keeping an eye on that meeting later today. Stay with us for more updates. Former Jazz star Rudy Gobert found himself in the middle of an in-game fight.
Well, Draymond has got Gobert in a chokehold. This is ridiculous.
The sound courtesy of Bally Sports North. Gobert was put in a headlock by Warriors forward Draymond Green, who was later ejected. Minnesota's Jaden McDaniels was also ejected last night.
I didn't really notice till after I came in here, start seeing all the memes and stuff. But you know how social media get.
Outside of the wrestling memes, many people on social media are calling for Green to be suspended. One former player who's been kicked by Green in a game says anything less than a lengthy suspension would be, quote, a mockery. And now the NBA world is waiting to see what consequences Green will face. KSL legal analyst Greg Skordas tells David Dujanovic he does not think that Green will face any criminal charges.
In the sporting arena, boy, I just find that prosecutors and law enforcement are really reluctant to charge somebody for criminal conduct in connection with a sporting event.
Skorda says when he worked in the district attorney's office, they often wrestled with similar situations. He says it was tough to determine at what point a player would ever be charged for harming another player during the heat of a game when emotions are running high. KSL's top national stories. The House passed a continuing resolution extending government funding and avoiding a shutdown. Now the measure awaits passage on the other side of the Capitol.
With the short-term stopgap passing overwhelmingly in the House, Majority Leader Chuck Schumer hopes it will soon sail through the Senate.
No drama, no delay, no government shutdown. That's our goal.
He'll need the consent of all 99 of his colleagues to accelerate the measure. Opponents could drag out the process, but at this point there's little doubt the measure funding some government agencies through mid-January and the rest through early February will soon be signed into law. Stephen Portnoy, ABC News, Washington.
Tensions are running high on Capitol Hill. Congressman Tim Burchett is accusing former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy of elbowing him. Here's ABC's Jay O'Brien on Capitol Hill.
They've been working kind of in their version of around the clock. So I've heard from lawmakers who say they just feel kind of burned out. Some of it played out yesterday when Tim Burchett alleges that Kevin McCarthy elbowed him in the back. McCarthy denies that.
And Oklahoma Senator Markwayne Mullins challenged a union boss to a fight during a hearing on Capitol Hill. His feud with the Teamsters president, Sean O'Brien, began months ago. He accuses Teamsters of trying to intimidate his employees into unionizing. Mullins spoke to ABC Oklahoma City affiliate Coco.
Being raised in Oklahoma all life, you don't do that. You don't go run off the mouth unless you expect to be called to the carpet. And I did that.
O'Brien called Mullen a greedy CEO clown and a fraud on social media back in June, adding, "You know where to find me, any place, anytime, cowboy." Other national stories KSL is following. It's their first meeting in more than a year as President Biden tries to reshape the country's relationship. The leaders are expected to cover a wide range of issues, including Chinese military aggression. The president is meeting with China's president. Senior analyst for China and Northeast Asia at the Eurasia Group, Dominic Chu, has more.
She is meeting with Biden and wants to stabilize the relationship primarily because of domestic economic challenges. China is going through a tough year economically and has suffered a record loss of foreign investment in the third quarter of this year, and China wants to stop the outflow. And she knows that he has to send a signal to multinational companies that despite the tense political climate, China is open for business.
The two countries will also talk about managing economic competition and growing concerns over Taiwan's desire for independence. KSL News Time, First Look, KSL News Time, 12:05. It is time for First Look Traffic. Good afternoon, Ricky.
Good afternoon, Maria. It's pretty quiet on the Valley freeways, but we do have the cleanup of an accident in Draper. Southbound I-15, not far from Bangerter Highway, but out of traffic on the shoulder. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL News Time, 12:05.
Join us on the community's #1 resource for news and fair, enlightening talk.
Listening to Dave and Debbie talk about the Israeli conflict was not one-sided. I really appreciate that.
Listen between 9 and noon each weekday
on KSL News Radio.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean.
Of course I use Mr. Clean Magic Eraser to clean tough messes off my stovetop and bathtub. But then I discovered I can also use it to easily clean my patio furniture and even my shoes. I'm hooked.
And when wipes won't cut it, I use Magic Eraser Sheets. They're thin and flexible erasers, perfect for everyday messes, like gunk on my counters and sinks. They really are magical.
The reviews are in. Mr. Clean Magic Eraser and Sheets make cleaning look easy.
Gah, I'm so stressed about my business not being ready for the holidays.
Ooma.
What is that? Meditation?
I'm recommending the Ooma cloud phone system with auto attendant and more than 35 features.
Ooma?
Yep. Switching to Ooma is a cinch. Starts at $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Now you're feeling it. Visit Ooma.com. That's OOMA.com to learn more. Ooma. Smart communications for the smarter business.
At Common Spirit Holy Cross Hospitals, we're honored to carry the legacy of our namesake and to extend the legacy of care in our communities. We're part of 20 hospitals and 240 clinics across Colorado, Kansas, and Utah. Learn more at holycrossutah.org.
With our roots in northern Utah, Common Spirit Holy Cross Hospitals have a legacy of caring to help every person be whole and healthy. We're part of 20 hospitals and 240 clinics across Colorado, Kansas, and Utah. Learn more at holycrossutah.org.
Experience the timeless Christmas classic that has captivated audiences nationwide. From master songwriter and storyteller Michael McLean, The Forgotten Carols is back. With an unforgettable story and songs that are a Christmas tradition for families everywhere. See the spectacular stage musical in Orem, Salt Lake, Ogden, Vernal, Tooele, and Heber. Tickets at ForgottenCarols.com.
Gillette Heating and Air Conditioning is offering furnace maintenance for 30% off. Call 385-GET-HEAT today to take advantage of this limited time offer. Carrier, turn to the experts.
Thank you for joining us for Utah's Noon News. Recapping our top story this hour, Utah lawmakers are looking at a bill that would make it easier to ban books in schools. We'll keep an eye on what happens with that coming up on KSL News Radio, KSL News Time 1208. Utah House Majority Leader Mike Schultz is set to become the state's next Speaker of the House after an internal caucus vote last night. KSL News Radio's Mark Jackson reports.
Schultz announced new leadership to also include House Majority Leader Jefferson Moss and House Majority Whip Carrie Ann Listenby. Schultz says the caucus will meet to hammer out specifics, but priorities already include regaining the trust of Utahns, water issues, transportation, and energy.
There simply is not enough electricity out there, and working to keep the lights on in the state of Utah will be a top priority. We never want to see the blackouts that have hit other states.
Schultz had some nice words to say about outgoing Speaker Brad Wilson and says he fully supports his friend's run for U.S. Senate. Mark Jackson, KSL News Radio.
A Great Salt Lake airboat is being named after Utah House Speaker Brad Wilson. Governor Cox said he's grateful for Wilson's work raising awareness of the lake's importance and supporting actions to protect it. Wilson's Water Warrior will be used in search and rescues, invasive species eradication, and water sampling, and more. The commissioner of the Great Salt Lake says the legislature has allocated almost $1 billion to help fight water loss in the state this year, but he wants more. He says much of the money has been thrown at reducing water usage in agriculture, but there's more to do.
Agricultural optimization has been shown to save water. What we have not done is close the remainder of that loop, is how you deliver that saved water back to the lake.
He says a program to follow the water is still being developed and that both local governments and industry should be involved. The only survivor of a small plane crash in the mountains above Provo is a 22-year-old from Springville. No names have been released, but the Utah County Sheriff's Office says the two people killed in that crash were a 26-year-old from Hideout, Utah, and a 23-year-old from Santa Quin. Traffic and weather together. It's brought to you by Granite Credit Union's new Dividend Plus checking account. And let's check in with Ricky Meese.
Somewhat quiet on the Valley freeways. We have had a couple of problems. One was an accident. It's just been cleared southbound I-15 near Bangerter Highway, about 132nd south out of traffic on the shoulder. Now we have a small accident in Murray. It's on the exit ramp from northbound I-15 at 53rd South, again on the shoulder, so not impacting the drive at all. Do want to remind you there will be lane shifts due to road work on Highway 189 in both directions near Deer Creek. So if you're traveling between Heber and Provo, either direction, remember that will continue through this week between dawn and dark. Do you want a heating and air company which uses third-party verification over their work? That's one of the highest rated on both Google and Yelp? Then call At Your Service Pros, 801-YOUR-PRO. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
The clouds move back in today with a high of 66, breezy out of the south. Overnight lows will dip off into the mid-40s with showers increasing out of the south. Tomorrow we're talking about AM rain likely, then becoming more showery. Highs top out in the mid-50s. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
Right now, partly cloudy, 65 degrees in downtown Salt Lake City. Coming up on Utah's Noon News, we'll take a look at how basketball fans are reacting to former Jazz star Rudy Gobert's altercation last night on KSL, streaming at home on any smart speaker and in your car at 102.7 FM. This is KSL News Radio, Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
This time of year can be a lot, and it's natural to feel some sadness or anxiety about it. But adding something new and positive to your life can counteract some of those feelings. Therapy can be a bright spot amid all of the stress and change. Something to look forward to make you feel grounded, and to give you the tools to manage everything going on. Learning positive coping skills and how to set boundaries. It empowers you to be the best version of yourself. It isn't just for those who've experienced major trauma. If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try. It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule. Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge. Find your bright spot this season with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/Salt Lake today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/Salt Lake, and get 10% off your first month.
Food brings people together, but for many families, figuring out where their next meal is coming from is a challenge. 1 in 10 children struggle with hunger in Utah. No one should have to go hungry, especially children. Macy's has partnered with local food banks for the 2023 Harvest of Hope Food Drive to help keep that from happening. From now through November 30th, you can help a family in need. It's easy. At the checkout, simply let your cashier know how much you would like to donate through Macy's Icon Drive. You can also purchase a prepackaged bag of food filled with the items that food banks need most. Every donation, regardless of size, makes a difference. If you prefer to shop online, you can donate to the Harvest of Hope this season from the comfort of your home by adding either of Macy's donation options to your online shopping cart at macys.com/online. If you'd like to track the progress of donations made toward the Utah Food Bank or learn more about Harvest of Hope, visit macys.com. Macy's, happy shopping.
Does your company offer health insurance to your employees? If so, how do you know if you're getting the best deal on employee benefits? Did you know that a benefit broker makes more money when you spend more? Brokers are not only incentivized to steer you to more expensive insurance plans, but the more quotes they get, the harder they have to work and the less money they make. My name is Keith with Magellan and Linden. We're a different kind of benefits broker that offers a best plan, best price guarantee. We get insurance quotes from every insurance company every year. It forces insurance companies to compete for your business and offer the best deal possible. Here's what you do. Visit shopmyplan.com. We'll get you free quotes with no strings attached. If you like what you see, let's work together, and you'll get the best plan at the best price. If your benefits broker isn't getting quotes from every insurance company every year, you're probably paying too much. So visit shopmyplan.com today to get the best deal on employee health insurance. Go to shopmyplan.com today.
Attention Wasatch Front businesses and property managers. Don't wait for bad weather to schedule professional snow service with GoPave Utah. Your complete parking lot safety starts at gopavutah.com.
KSL News Time 12:15. The three things you need to know this hour. First,
a committee of Utah lawmakers have passed a proposal that makes it easier to ban books from school libraries. I'm KSL News Radio's Adam Small.
Second, scammers are working harder as we get closer to the holiday season. We're seeing an increase in scam emails and texts. Third, traffic and weather together. Ricky?
Well, we do want to give a heads up to drivers in North Salt Lake. A KSL traffic trooper saying there is a ladder in the road on southbound I-15 traveling through North Salt Lake. And then we also have construction on Legacy, and it could cause you some slower speeds northbound going through Centerville. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
Another warm November day with highs in the 60s, but 50s and rain tomorrow. I'm Matt Johnson.
Partly cloudy, 65 degrees downtown. Time for KSL's top national stories.
From ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. The Asian Pacific Summit underway in San Francisco. A dozen world leaders taking part, including President Biden and China's leader. ABC's Karen Travers says the robust agenda is just one part of efforts to jumpstart a dialogue.
But the choreography is also very important. Who is sitting where in the room, how the table is laid out, how President Biden comes out to greet China's President Xi, even the location of this summit. This meeting is not taking place in San Francisco where we are right now. It's actually going to take place about an hour away, separate from the APEC summit site.
At a House hearing today, the FBI director called China the biggest threat to the U.S. national security. Outside the APEC summit, demonstration groups also on hand, protesting various causes from war to human rights issues. ABC's Jacqueline Lee is in San Francisco, where delegates tried to enter the summit.
As they walked, you would see dozens of protesters swarm them, physically put their hands on them to prevent them from entering APEC. And so the delegates were then being rerouted by the police around the building to then get into APEC through a different direction.
Legislation to avert a government shutdown clearing the first hurdle last night. House lawmakers passed a continuing resolution to extend funding through mid-January. It now heads to the Senate. ABC's Jay O'Brien has more.
CRs are temporary funding measures that extend, in this case, the current level of government funding until a deadline in the future. In this case, there are two deadlines. One is in mid-January and one is in February. CRs are really just meant to buy you time to pass the spending bills that are needed to actually fully fund the government.
Americans cut back on spending in October, the first time for the decline of retail sales in 6 months. You're listening to ABC News.
Time for the KSL In-Depth. The NBA world is reacting to former Utah Jazz star Rudy Gobert being put in a headlock by Warriors forward Draymond Green. KSL Sports Zone's Alex Curie joined David Dujanovic to give his thoughts.
They've never liked each other, right? So, I mean, the reality is that it's been such a weird thing.
I think a lot of the reaction has been Draymond found his excuse to like physically get after Rudy last night, and he did it. And I mean, you're going to see some heavy fines coming down, obviously, but there's also the situation where these two guys, I mean, it was just wild. It was a weird scene because it was, you know, he's acting like, and the worst part was their head coach stood up for him.
Steve Kerr?
Said, no, Rudy came in, he was the aggressor.
Steve Kerr, I heard that. I heard that. I was shocked.
Yeah, I was blown away because Steve Kerr is usually the level-headed one. I don't know why the Warriors continue to defend Draymond Green. I mean, he punched out his own teammate Jordan Poole was it 2 years ago or last year? And that video made the rounds. And everybody's like, no, we'll handle it internally. He has a problem.
Gary says everyone knows that Draymond is a hothead and it's just another outburst. KSL News Time, 12:19. Traffic and weather together. It's brought to you by Granite Credit Union's new Dividend Plus checking account. What's happening on the roads, Ricky?
We do have a letter in the road, a KSL traffic trooper giving us a heads up about this. It's going to be on I-15 in the North Salt Lake area. I'm not really sure where in that stretch, and I'm not seeing traffic slowing down on the southbound side of I-15, but I have heard scanner traffic alerting officers to get to I-15 in North Salt Lake and get that ladder out of traffic. It's been reported in the left and middle lane, so it could be in a way that you would come across it very suddenly. It could really cause you some damage. So again, get over to the far right to get around it until UHP has a chance to get that moved out of traffic. Now, for those in Murray, we have an accident on the exit ramp northbound I-15 at 5300 South, out of traffic on the shoulder. Live at the Eccles presents Gentry, the Gentleman Trio, on November 24th and 25th, 2023 at the Eccles Theater on Main Street in downtown Salt Lake City. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL 7-day forecast starts out with more balmy 60s this afternoon. 66 to high, partly cloudy, light breeze out of the south. 55 tomorrow, rain for the first half of the day, then clearing. Partly cloudy on your Friday, 57. 54 mostly cloudy skies on Saturday, and a chance for rain again on Sunday, 50 degrees. We bump it back to 46, partly cloudy on Monday. Next Tuesday, 51 and mostly sunny. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
And it's super nice. Partly cloudy skies in downtown Salt Lake City, 65 degrees. The 7-day forecast is brought to you by Performance Automotive Bountiful. Quick check of the markets today. Looks like they are hanging on to their gains from yesterday. I'm seeing a lot of green on the markets. A complete update of your money news coming up next.
Advanced Window Products is having their biggest sale of the year. If your old windows let the winter cold seep in, now's the time to get the highest quality double-pane windows and custom insulated frames. Advanced Window Products is a local company that crafts beautiful precision frames right here in Salt Lake City for 37 years. And the magic is, they cut out the middleman. They build the windows, they install the windows, and they guarantee them for life. So you save on the highest quality windows and frames. Any style, any color, any questions? Yes, financing. They offer 60-month, 0% financing. They'll even let you put off the first payment up to 2 years, and while that's tempting to think about, the reason to call them right now is the biggest sale of the year. This month only, when they do your entire home of 10 windows or more, you get $3,500 off plus a free premium glass upgrade. So call Advanced Window Products right now, 801-850-9100, 801-850-9100, or advancedwindowsusa.com.
Be advised, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to save 40 to 80% on a hot tub and swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to save 40 to 80% on a hot tub and swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, noon to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
You know what? I think the holidays are the worst time of year for your furnace to go out. What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and every November it feels like people get extra stressed when faced with the need to replace their furnace. The money they've been saving is supposed to go to Christmas, and now they're faced with a choice: Christmas or comfort. This holiday season, Any Hour Services wants to help alleviate some of that stress with our special holiday financing. No money down and no payments until next year. Plus, if you schedule a free estimate before the end of November, Any Hour Services will give you $1,500 off any full system you buy. And that doesn't even factor in the rebates and incentives you might qualify for. Again, during the month of November, Any Hour Services will give you $1,500 off any furnace and air conditioner you buy. And you can take advantage of our special holiday financing with no money down and no payments until next year. For more details, call Any Hour Services and schedule a free estimate. Google Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Join Mike Stevens of Capital Wealth Advisors for Retire Right Radio, Saturdays at 5 a.m. and 9 p.m. That's Retire Right Radio with Mike Stevens, Saturdays at 5 a.m. and 9 p.m.
KSL News Time 1224. Thanksgiving is around the corner. We're learning what the most popular side dishes are in each state. KSL News Radio's Alexandria Bonilla reports.
Casseroles are the most searched for overall, from broccoli and corn to sweet potato, but green bean casserole takes first place with 18 states in search of a recipe. Some states have more unique dishes, Hawaii searching for bruschetta and Wyoming on the lookout for a good creamy polenta. Utah's most searched side dish is mashed potatoes. Alexandria Bonilla, KSL News Radio.
KSL News Time 1225. Watching Utah's Money. A sports gambling service is now available in 17 states. ESPN Bet is replacing Barstool Sportbook in $1.5 billion rebrand deal. App owner Penn Entertainment says the partnership will grow revenue for both brands. Southwest Airlines is raising prices for in-flight alcohol just ahead of the busiest travel season of the year. The pricier drink menu is only available for flights over 175 miles. The airline said it will continue to offer free non-alcoholic drinks, including sodas, juices, coffee, and water. KSL Drives, America's best-selling car is going all hybrid. The next generation of the Toyota Camry will only be available as a gas-electric hybrid. The automaker says this will give the vehicle nearly 15% more horsepower than the traditional mechanical all-wheel drive system. And taking a look at your money at this moment, the Dow up by 173 points. That's 0.5%, sitting at 35,091. S&P 500 up by 13, and the NASDAQ up by 27 points. A woman who accidentally invited a stranger to Thanksgiving 7 years ago has new plans this year.
A mistaken text by Wanda Dench in 2016 was to Jamal Hinton's phone. She was trying to invite her grandson to Thanksgiving in Mesa, Arizona, but he changed his number. Hinton, a teen, jokingly replied he'd like to come. Dench obliged, and they've done so each year since.
You don't have to have anything in common with anybody to be a friend.
Treat people as if they are already your friends until they prove not to be.
That was last year. This year, Dench opens her home to 2 new strangers, teaming with Airbnb, which says it'll make a donation to the organization Feeding America. Chuck Sievertson, ABC News.
We'll check your drive coming up next. KSL News Time, 1227.
From graduating in East High Leopard.
He owned Utah's first Edsel dealership, which turned out to be short-lived.
To a world religious leader.
He worked hand in hand with people of their faith in particularly charitable ways.
Treated everybody with such dignity and respect, constantly introducing people to the church.
He was quite visionary. Yeah. It's hard to imagine him not being here.
We honor and remember the life of President M. Russell Ballard on this station, KSL News Radio.
Attention smart homeowners. You don't have to fall for flashy promises and companies that don't even prove their work. At Your Service Pros uses third-party verification software called MeasureQuick to ensure your new HVAC system is installed correctly. This ultimate game changer in the HVAC industry lets you, the homeowner, have proof of how your system was installed. At Your Service Pros utilizes our Bluetooth tools to upload all of your system's information into MeasureQuick. We rely on data-driven insights to properly commission, optimize, and fine-tune your HVAC system for peak performance, improving your family's comfort, lowering your utility bills, and extending the life of your HVAC system. with rebates and tax credits available totaling more than $7,500 on a dual fuel heating and cooling system. It is now more important than ever that your HVAC system be installed correctly. So call us today at 801-YOUR-PRO. That's 801-YOUR-PRO. Have the peace of mind of saving up to 50% on your new system and knowing it's installed correctly by calling 801-YOUR-PRO.
KSL News Time 1229. Traffic and weather together. It's brought to you by Granite Credit Union's a new Dividend Plus checking account. Let's see if there are any problem spots on the roads. What's happening, Ricky?
We had that accident reported on the exit ramp from northbound I-15 at 5300 South. I believe it's already been cleared out of the way. If not, it's still out of traffic on the shoulder. Now, we do want to give drivers a heads up. If you're going to be traveling Little Cottonwood Canyon today, there will be some controlled fires burning. So if you see smoke by Tanner's Flat, by the campground, don't worry. The fire department is on top of this, and they're just trying to get some stuff cleared. Also, due to road work, remember, you've got to find an alternate route because northbound 11th East at 2100 South is blocked due to construction. Witness the magic of the Nutcracker, opening December 8th with the timeless music of Tchaikovsky, performed live by the Ballet West Orchestra. Tickets at balletwest.org. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
More 60s in the month of November. We're going for 66 this afternoon. Light south breeze, partly cloudy to mostly cloudy skies. Overnight lows, mild in the mid-40s with showers increasing. Tomorrow, AM rain likely, then showers. Highs only in the mid-50s. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
Definitely want to take advantage of this beautiful day and get outside right now. Partly cloudy, 65 degrees downtown.
You're listening to Utah's New News with Maria Chaleos
on KSL News Radio,
102.7 FM and 1160 AM.
Good afternoon. KSL News Time 1230. KSL's top story this half hour. After closing for 2 months, the Utah Pride Center says they are opening back up with a plan forward. KSL News Radio's Amy Kobabe is live at the center with the details. Amy?
Maria, the Utah Pride Center has a completely new board and executive director. Ryan Newcomb is taking over that position. We knew that the last Pride Festival caused a lot of financial problems, but now Newcomb says they are still learning about how much money the festival put them in the red, at least $1.5 million overspent.
The new board leadership and I join public calls for full accountability and take full responsibility for correcting mistakes of the past. We are charting a new, clearer path with a relaunched organization that will ensure this never happens again.
Newcomb says they will have a Pride Festival again in June, but he also says the organization will have to get a lot leaner, so they are cutting things like programs for seniors. Newcomb also says that they will be more transparent going forward with full financial disclosures. Reporting live, Amy Kobabe, KSL News Radio.
Breaking news on KSL News Radio. We're learning more about the two people who died in a small plane crash east of Provo yesterday. They have been identified as 26-year-old Evan Backers from South Jordan and 23-year-old Colin Nemella from Santa Quin. Police say their flight originated from Spanish Fork Airport. KSL News Time 1231. One person is dead after an officer-involved shooting in Magna overnight. Police say they responded to calls about a man firing a gun in the street just after midnight. Officers saw the man walk into a house, but when they asked him to leave, he came out with a woman. A neighbor describes what she saw on her Ring camera.
And that's where we heard everything else. We heard cops yelling at the guy who was holding the gun, I'm assuming, and we heard a lady screaming.
Sergeant Melody Cutler with Unified Police Department says that's when officers acted.
And the male fired additional shots. The female went down to the ground and they believed that she had been shot, and so they returned fire.
The man is dead, but the woman is unharmed. Cutler adds the officers from 3 agencies were involved in the shooting, and the Salt Lake City Police Department is investigating. A Utah State prison is in crisis-level staffing, according to a new audit. KSL News Radio's Michael Commit has more.
This audit was presented on Tuesday at the state capitol, and it shows how the staff at the Utah State Correctional Facility is short by 200 officers, and this gets reflected in a rising number of inmate assaults on officers. Additionally, the report shows how staff at the Department of Corrections fear retaliation from higher-ups if they voice their concerns. Still, positive changes are happening under the leadership of the new State Corrections Executive Director.
KSL KSL's top national stories. The Department of Homeland Security Secretary was questioned by the House Homeland Security Committee today.
Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas testified in the weeks following the October 7th attack against Israel.
We have responded to an increase in threats against Jewish, Muslim, and Arab American communities and institutions.
He also said Congress needs to reauthorize offices at DHS like the Countering Weapons of Mass Destruction, which will expire on December 21st.
Expiration would leave our country vulnerable to attacks supported by American citizens.
FBI Director Christopher Wray and the National Counterterrorism Center Director also testified. M. Wynn, ABC News, Washington.
The UK's highest court says the country's plan to send illegal migrants to Rwanda would be illegal.
The decision against sending failed asylum seekers on a one-way trip to Rwanda strikes a major blow to a key policy of Prime Minister Rishi Sunak. Reacting in Parliament, Home Secretary James Cleverly.
The government, of course, fully respects the Supreme Court, but its judgment does not weaken our resolve to deter people from making these illegal, dangerous and unnecessary journeys.
The government had argued it would have deterred people from risking their lives crossing the channel from France, and it would have broken the business model of people smuggling gangs. Tom Rivers, ABC News, London.
Other national stories KSL is following. The Department of Education is overhauling its widely used college financial aid form.
The free application for federal student aid, or FAFSA, hasn't been updated since the Reagan administration, with college students across the country and their parents parsing through more than 100 questions to qualify for financial aid. Coming by December 31st, some long-awaited changes. The form will be streamlined to less than 20 questions, taking less than 10 minutes to fill out. Officials with the Department of Education say the overhaul will make the FAFSA more accessible for low and middle-income families who've long complained of complicated, burdensome questions on the form. Derek Dennis, ABC News.
Across the U.S., women are enrolling in college and finishing with degrees more than men. The University of Utah has had a male majority in the past years, but now the enrollment office says the number is closer to 50-50.
We feel like we're pretty equitable in how our degrees are awarded and who ends up graduating from our institution. And we try to start from that place as well with our incoming classes.
University's communications director Rebecca Walsh tells Dave and Dujanovic their graduate rates for 2023 undergrad were about 50% women to 50% men. First look traffic. Let's get the latest with Ricky Meese.
Scanners are calling out a new accident. This is 90th South, just to the side of 1300 West. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL News Time, 12:36.
Listen to KSL for news to get exactly what you want.
It's a good place to get accurate news.
They do the in-depth, reliable, balanced, thought-provoking.
Hear the important stories, the stories that affect you.
On KSL News Radio.
Hello, car donation hotline.
Hi, I'd like to donate a car to the Utah Kidney Foundation. Are you in Utah?
Awesome. Let's get some info and we'll send you a tow truck.
But I want my car donation to benefit my neighbor in Farmington who needs a transplant. Are you in Utah?
That's a no. I'm in SoCal, but you're still donating to charity.
What charity?
Does it matter?
Yes, I want my donation to stay in Utah.
Righteous dude. You need to call tow cars in Utah. Locals only, am I right?
Oh, yeah. I remember tow cars with a K like kidney. It's on a billboard somewhere. TOWKARS.org. That's it. Towcars.org.
If you'd like your vehicle donation to help Utah kidney patients in the Beehive State, please use the web address on their billboard, towcars.org, to donate your old car or truck. That's TOWK like kidney, ARS. Towcars.org.
Hello, this is former Utah Governor Gary Herbert. Salt Lake City is fortunate to have a mayor who cares more about results than partisan politics, and that's why I've endorsed Mayor Erin Mendenhall for re-election. We don't always agree on policy, but she's always willing to listen and to collaborate. Erin is crisis-tested and has proven to be a strong leader for Salt Lake City. I hope you'll vote Erin Mendenhall for mayor and return your ballot today.
Learn more at erinmendenhall.com. Paid for by Erin Mendenhall for Salt Lake City.
Oh, I love this restaurant. Glad we got a table quickly.
What does that sign say?
Caution, wet floor?
No, right next to it.
If you are 60 or older, you may be at increased risk of serious consequences from RSV, respiratory syncytial virus, compared to adults younger than 60. I didn't know that.
Not all dangers come with warning labels. Talk to your pharmacist or doctor about getting vaccinated against RSV today. RSV vaccines, including Pfizer's, are available. Learn more at bewareofrsv.com. Brought to you by Pfizer.
The Crossroads of the West Gun Show comes to the Golden Spike Arena at the Weber County Fairgrounds this weekend. Get great deals on guns. Plus, you can buy, sell, or trade at the show.
Thank you for joining us for Utah's Noon News, recapping our top local story. The Utah Pride Center is opening back up after 2 months of being closed. KSL News Time, 12:38. We're experiencing warmer than usual temperatures today, but cold temperatures hit later this week, which means energy bills will be on the rise.
The goal of weatherization is to make sure that all that hot air stays in and is keeping you warm, and all that cold air is staying out of your home.
Jorgen Hoffling is the Communications Strategic Advisor for Dominion Energy Utah. She says you can get some tips about how to make your home more energy efficient on their website at dominionenergy.com. One thing they do recommend is keeping your thermostat between 65 and 70 degrees during the winter. Jorgen says one thing that really helped her to do that was installing a smart thermostat to change those temperatures automatically. Don Brinkerhoff, KSL News Radio.
More Utah ski resorts are pushing back their opening dates as snowstorms have been few and far between. Snow Basin is pushing their opening back, and according to Ski Utah, both they and Alta have now set opening days. A few more resorts want to open this Friday. More snow is coming, but it may not be enough.
Right now, we're forecasting around 5 to 10 inches of snow up in the upper Cottonwoods and potentially also the Provo area mountains.
National Weather Service meteorologist Linda Chang, she says that they are forecasting a similar amount of snow for the mountains on Sunday. But if this Friday's openings fall through, the next closest opening day is Snowbird on November 30th. USU's Space Dynamics Laboratory is keeping close tabs on a new satellite launched from the Kennedy Space Center. KSL News Radio's Dale Spalding has details.
SDL's Atmospheric Waves Experiment, or AWE, will observe how Earth's atmosphere is affected by conditions like solar flares. These space weather events can affect phone calls, texts, credit card transactions, and internet here on the ground. But scientists haven't been able to pinpoint the science behind it until now. Scientists say the atmosphere itself starts to ripple like a clear pond after the sun throws in a pebble. To observe these waves, scientists will attach the AWE instrument module to the International Space Station to watch the interplay between Earth weather and space weather as it happens. Dale Spalding, KSL News Radio.
Traffic and weather together. It's brought to you by Granite Credit Union's new Dividend Plus checking account. And here's Ricky Meese.
Valley Freeway traffic moving very well with no problems. We did have an accident reported on the exit ramp from northbound I-15, 53rd South in Murray, but it was quickly moved out of traffic. I don't even believe it's there anymore. And I-15 itself, seeing a good drive both directions between Ogden and Provo. Now I am starting to see some backups both east and westbound on 90th South near 1300 West, where we have an accident reported, but overall pretty quiet on the drive. A possible accident or other trouble in traffic for downtown drivers. This is about 450 west at 200 south. Enjoy Utah's beautiful snow and whole family fun with winter tubing at Soldier Hollow in Midway. Experience longer tubing lanes, shorter lines, and more fun. Book your session now at UtahOlympicLegacy.org. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
Partly cloudy and mild as ever today. Temperatures right around 66 when we should be in the low 50s. For tonight, we're going 44 for a low, showers increasing. For tomorrow, how about AM rain, then showers, temperatures in the mid-50s. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
And a lot of sunshine, 66 degrees downtown. Coming up on Utah's Noon News, younger generations are spending way more than their recommended share of their income on housing. Next on KSL, streaming online at kslnewsradio.com and in your car at 102.7 FM. This is KSL News Radio, Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Imagine how inconvenient your life would be without power. No lights, no refrigeration, no heating or cooling, and no electronics. But with a Generac home standby generator, you'll have the power when you need it most. Generac generators automatically provide backup after sensing a power outage, so your life goes on uninterrupted. Schedule a free quote today with Genco Generators, your premier Generac service dealer in Utah.
Call 801-295-0872 or online at gencogenerators.net.
Life is full of change and uncertainty. Sometimes it feels impossible to know what to focus on or who to listen to. In his new book, Heart of the Matter, What 100 Years of Living Has Taught Me, President Russell M. Nelson sheds light on how we can find meaning in mortality, how to focus on what really matters. Pulling from a century of life experience as a surgeon, father, and prophet, he reassures readers that there really are unchanging truths that can anchor us in an ever-changing world. Get yours today at a Deseret bookstore or deseretbook.com.
Earlier this summer, I was diagnosed with type 2 diabetes, and that was very concerning for me because of some family history that went along with it. But I asked the doctor, is it reversible? And he said, yeah, if you act now. So one of the things I needed to do was lose weight. So what I did is I started my SOTA weight loss journey 6 weeks ago, and in the last 6 weeks, I have dropped just under 30 pounds of fat weight, and I feel great. The best part of it all is I went to and had my blood drawn yesterday, and when I got it back, my A1C, which it marks your blood sugar and it's what tells you if you're diabetic, was half of what it was back at the beginning of June, and that is for certain because of the things that have happened based on the benefits from SOTA weight loss. So I want you to go to sotaweightloss.com, SOTA weightloss.com, and check out the reviews of the 8,200 other people who have been positively affected by SOTA as I have. I've been averaging 5 pounds a week lost, just under that, over 6 weeks.
Smart is knowing when your buddy is bluffing at the poker table and not falling for it. Smart is staying one step ahead of the pack, and now smart also means planning ahead. IWC Roofing has a great idea. Schedule your free estimate now and receive 2023 pricing in 2024. Plus, save an extra $1,000 when you call today.
Wait, how does that work?
Just like I told you. Schedule your free estimate now and receive 2023 pricing in 2024 on a new spring roof installation. That's saving you thousands. Plus, save an extra $1,000 when you call today. 801-232-5690.
That's smart.
Since 1997, IWC has been the highest rated roofing contractor in Utah. They offer the best warranty in the business, backed by Owens Corning, and in most cases, your new roof can be installed in just one day. Reach out to IWC Roofing today at iwcroofingutah.com and learn more about how to get 2023 pricing in 2024 when you schedule your free estimate now. iwcroofingutah.com. Utah's roofing experts.
KSL News Time 1245. The 3 things you need to know this hour. First,
Utah is doing a good job keeping our elections secure. These are findings from a state audit. I'm KSL News Radio's Britt Johnson.
Second, the 2 men who died in a small plane crash yesterday have been identified as 26-year-old Evan Backers and 23-year-old Colin Nemella. Third, traffic and weather together. Ricky?
We do have a crash on 90th South, about 1300 West, but we also have good speeds on the Valley freeways with especially on I-15 in Weber, Davis, Salt Lake, and Utah counties. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
15 degrees above the normal today, but more cloud cover. That could lead to rain tomorrow. I'm Matt Johnson.
Sunny and 66 degrees downtown. Time for KSL's top national stories from ABC News.
In California, key talks happening at an off-site location of the Asia-Pacific Summit today for President Biden and China's leader. President Biden greeting China's President Xi at an estate south of San Francisco, their first meeting in more than a year. ABC's Mary Bruce is there.
We are told that the two leaders are now expected to meet for over 4 hours, and they are going to discuss a wide range of issues, as you note, including managing growing economic competition, tensions in Taiwan, China's military aggression, also, of course, the wars in Ukraine and the Middle East.
New Hampshire election officials announcing they've set the presidential primary date for January 23rd. That despite the Democrats reshuffling its primary calendar that makes South Carolina first on the calendar in February. A new warning about a mystery illness affecting dogs. Cases being reported nationwide of sneezing and coughing. Vets say they're seeing more cases and it appears to be contagious. I'm Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
Time now for the KSL In-Depth. The data from the U.S. Census Bureau shows more than half of Salt Lake City renters under 25 years old are spending at least a third of their income on housing. Financial advisor and president of Gigi Capital Management, Gary Gigi, joins me live. And thanks for joining me, Gary.
Happy to be here, Maria.
So how much of our income should actually be spent on things like rent?
So no more than 30%. And there's a reason for that, which is that if you're spending more than 30%. That's going to cut into not only your fixed cost, but your discretionary spending as well. But I hear the number's actually higher than 30% is what they're spending. I hear it's closer to 40%, which is really worrisome, Maria, because our country is driven about 75 to 80% by consumers spending. And if consumers are not able to spend because so much of their money is going to either rent or mortgage, that's going to affect the economy and spending. So it's a real concern for sure.
Yeah, I would have been less surprised if this was spent on a mortgage, but to be spent on rent, it seems like it's even more concerning because these guys aren't going to be able to afford homes.
No, they're not, and that is a real problem. I have children that in a few years are going to be looking at homes, and hopefully interest rates have come down. But housing affordability has just gone through the roof, pun intended, and so people that are trying to get into homes were able to do that in past years because interest rates were so low. Now interest rates are quite high. Very difficult, and real estate values have gone up as well. So it's difficult, particularly in Utah, I'm seeing, for new buyers or people that want to buy homes to get into homes at an affordable rate. I think this is a real problem that doesn't seem to be going away anytime soon.
Yeah, as a financial advisor, what are you telling younger people? I mean, how are they going to kind of break out of this?
Yeah, so part of it is out of their control in terms of interest rates because they cannot control that. So I don't have a crystal ball, Maria, but it does look like as if interest rates may have peaked. Hopefully they're coming down, and that will help for sure. And also, if real estate values do happen to come down, that wouldn't surprise me because real estate values have gone up so much over the last 5 years or so that it would be natural for them to come down. Those two things are out of their control, but they could be headed in the direction that new buyers want. The other thing that is within their control is to save money by cutting back on discretionary items. They can't change what their utilities are or fixed expenses, but they can control what their discretionary spending is. And that is the only area where they're able to cut back and put that money towards a future down payment. So they need to save that. And that's really the only thing that they can control at this point.
Gary, appreciate your time. Thanks for being with me today.
You bet, Maria.
And live on the KSL Newsline, that is Gary Gigi. He is the financial advisor and president of Gigi Capital Management. KSL News Time, 12:49. Traffic and weather together. It's brought to you by Granite Credit Union's new Dividend Plus checking account. And here's Ricky Meese.
Well, traffic is definitely going to be impacted if you're traveling in the Sandy, West Jordan area on 90th South at about 1300 West. I am seeing delays starting to stack up both east and westbound directions, and there may be lanes blocked. It's a little difficult to tell from the traffic camera, but just use some caution and expect to have an extra 5, maybe 10 minutes to get through that area. If you're traveling the Valley freeways, you're looking at a nice and quiet drive. Many families face food insecurity. You can help by donating to Macy's Harvest of Hope Drive, where proceeds benefit childhood hunger. Now through November 30th, visit any Macy's store or online at macys.com/online to donate. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL 7-day forecast. It's our last day in the 60s for a while. Partly cloudy skies today, 66 the high. 55 tomorrow with AM rain likely. 57 partly cloudy for your Friday. To Saturday, it's mostly cloudy, 54. We slide down to 50 degrees on Sunday with rain likely. Partly cloudy, 46 on Monday. Working into Tuesday, we're 51, mostly sunny. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
A lot of sunshine right now, 66 degrees in downtown Salt Lake City. And the 7-day forecast is brought to you by Performance Automotive Bountiful. Quick check of the markets. We've been seeing a lot of positive numbers today. In fact, the Dow up by more than 0.5% above the 35,000 mark. A complete update of your money news coming up next.
Be advised, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to save 40 to 80% on a hot tub and swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to save 40 to 80% on a hot tub and swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, noon to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Remember that first paycheck when you started working all those years ago? You looked at the net amount and thought, whoa, what happened here? Ah, the joy of taxes. It could be this way with your retirement accounts. You know how much you've saved, but if you haven't planned for Uncle Sam, you could come up short in retirement. With tax laws constantly changing, there's a lot you need to know to make sure you're not paying more than your fair share. Mike Stevens and the team at Capital Wealth Advisors can help you create a plan that shows you how taxes could affect you now and in the future. Set up your tax strategy session with Mike Stevens and Capital Wealth Advisors now. Call 801-210-5500. That's 801-210-5500. Make sure you know how these changes could affect you so you can avoid some of those whoa moments in retirement. Call 801-210-5500. Advisory services offered through Capital Wealth Advisors, LLC, a state of Utah registered investment advisor. Firm may not give tax advice. If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. The IRS just rolled out a new program to help struggling taxpayers more easily resolve their tax problems. It's called the Taxpayer Relief Initiative, and it opens up powerful new options for people looking to get back on the right track with the IRS. And no one knows this program like the professionals at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution company. They've resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients and have the expertise and experience to help you. One easy call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries of wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Make today the beginning of your fresh start with the IRS. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief now for your free confidential consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Getting help with plumbing repairs is easier than you think. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at AnyHourServices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
KSL News Time, 12:55. Target's earnings are finally starting to recover after a rough start to the year. The third quarter earnings were better than expected. Their stock surged 14% in pre-market trading today. Amazon is warning customers about an increased amount of scam emails. The company says scam artists are trying to take advantage of holiday shoppers and the increased amount of traffic on the website. And your money at this moment, the Dow up by 186 points, sitting at 35,014. S&P 500 up by 12, and the NASDAQ gets up by 27 points. An update of your drive coming up next.
Hi, this is Doug Wright, and all you have to do is look up to the mountaintops and realize the time of year winter is around the corner. This is the time to start thinking about those holiday gatherings, maybe that reward for your employees, gifts for friends and neighbors, and Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. A gift card at Ruth's Chris really does the trick. Trust me, I have been a recipient. Plus, having that holiday gathering at Ruth's Chris. 2 locations, of course, Hotel Park City. Maybe you'll want to do that after a great day of skiing, or downtown Salt Lake City, maybe after the game or the concert. What a great experience during the holiday season, which now is just around the corner. It awaits you at Ruth's Chris, and you're going to find the best food ever. The steaks are cooked perfectly. The side dishes are beyond compare. And the desserts, oh my goodness. And of course, they have all the other entrees too. It's waiting for you now at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZzzQuil.
ZzzQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZzzQuil nights. Explore our products at ZzzQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Did you know that feeling sluggish or weighed down could be a sign that your digestive system isn't working at its best? Taking Metamucil every day can help. Metamucil fiber powders help promote your daily digestive health using a plant-based fiber called psyllium. The gelling action of this special fiber traps and removes waste so you can feel lighter and more energetic. Metamucil, promoting digestive health for a better you. Learn more at metamucil.com. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Utah Symphony's Film and Concert Series delivers full-feature films on the big screen as the orchestra plays the soundtrack live. Tickets on sale now at utahsymphony.org.
Visit the contest page on KSLNewsRadio.com. This week, win tickets to see Gentry Christmas live at the Eccles Theater November 24th and 25th. Or win tickets to Christmas Around the World, presented by the BYU Department of Dance, December 1st and 2nd at the Marriott Center. Plus, win tickets to the Forgotten Carols. Experience a Christmas tradition with the Forgotten Carols. Text the word contest to 57500 or go to KSLNewsRadio.com/contests.
Traffic and weather together. It's brought to you by Granite Credit Union's new Dividend Plus checking account. Ricky?
We do have an accident northbound I-15 at 6 South. All vehicles are out of traffic on the right shoulder. 90th South, 1300 West, a crash, and it is causing delays both east and westbound directions on 90th. Do you want a heating and air company which uses third-party verification over their work? That's one of the highest rated on both Google and Yelp? Then call At Your Service Pros, 801-YOUR-PRO. Ricky Meeson, the KSL Traffic Center.
Just a beautiful afternoon. Today's high around 67 degrees. Tomorrow, though, things changing. The temperature dropping a good 10 degrees with a high of 55 and a 60% chance of showers. Right now, very pleasant 66 degrees downtown.
KSL FM Midvale.
KSL Salt Lake City.
Listen at home on any smart speaker.
And in your car at 102.7 FM.
This is KSL News Radio.
Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
It's 1 o'clock at KSL News Radio. I'm Dan Bomas. KSL's top story this hour. A committee of Utah lawmakers passed a proposal today that would open all sorts of doors to banning certain books from school libraries. KSL News Radio's Adam Small has details.
There's a few major things this would do. One, it sets a threshold for how many schools need to ban a book before all other Utah schools have to do the same. So if 3 school districts or 2 districts and 5 charter schools axe a book, the rest of Utah schools have to as well. It also creates 2 avenues books can be banned by. One, if it has pornography, or if it doesn't, it has to add any other significant educational value. So in theory, a book might not even have hardcore pornography, but could still be banned. The proposal would also allow lawmakers to jump into the pool of who can challenge a book.
The bill passed with enough support to advance to a standing committee during the upcoming general legislative session. A Great Salt Lake airboat being named after Utah House Speaker Brad Wilson, who is leaving office today. Governor Spencer Cox says he's grateful for Wilson's work raising awareness of the lake's importance and supporting action to protect it. Wilson's Water Warrior, as it'll be called, will be used in search and rescue, invasive species eradication, water sampling, and more. Our top national story this hour from ABC News. With the support of most Republicans and nearly every Democrat, the House passed what's called a ladder to CR, a continuing resolution that extends government funding and avoids a shutdown. Now the measure awaits passage on the other side of the Capitol. Here's ABC News national correspondent Stephen Portnoy.
With the short-term stopgap passing overwhelmingly in the House, Majority Leader Chuck Schumer hopes it will soon sail through the Senate.
No drama, no delay, no government shutdown. That's our goal.
He'll need the consent of all 99 of his colleagues to accelerate the measure. Opponents could drag out the process, but at this point there's little doubt the measure funding some government agencies through mid-January and the rest through early February will soon be signed into law. Stephen Portnoy, ABC News, Washington.
Your money at this moment, the Dow continuing a string of up days, up 204 points right now. The NASDAQ down are up, but just modestly by about 31 points right now. And our KSL weather is going to cool right off tomorrow. That's next. KSL News Time, 102.
Start your days with knowledgeable, friendly voices telling you about the latest news and weather out there.
Hi, this is Tim Hughes and Amanda Dixon.
In the business of waking you up each morning from 5 to 9.
On KSL News Radio.
Hey guys, Alex Curie for Alpine Home Medical. You've heard me talking about Alpine Home Medical for years and about how great of a service that they provide to our community when it comes to getting you your at-home medical needs. Well, I got some great news. They've been talking about it for a while. They've been excited to announce it, and it's finally here. It is a brand new store in Tooele, Utah. Yes, they have brick and mortar stores all across the Wasatch Front, but they're excited to be able to bring this one to the heart of Tooele. It's just north of the Walmart off of Main Street, and the store's just going to be just like every one of the stores that they have at Alpine Home Medical, offering a massive selection of home medical supplies. Do you need a CPAP machine? Great, they've got it. Do you need a power scooter? Great, they'll take care of you. Need assistance in your home? They're going to get it set up for you, and they're going to do it the Alpine Home Medical way, which is the highest quality that you can get. Expect the best from Alpine because that's what you deserve. They accept most major insurances and can work directly with your provider to be able to make sure you get exactly what you need. And now they're excited to provide everybody out in Tooele with that same service. So visit them online, alpinehomemedical.com. That's alpinehomemedical.com.
Introducing Yes, heating, air conditioning, plumbing, and electric. We're bringing all of Utah's favorite HVAC, plumbing, and electrical brands under one roof. Maximize your energy savings with a new energy-efficient heating and cooling system from Yes, and you could save up to $4,500 through possible tax credits and other discounts. Purchase a new system today, and Yes will buy back your old inefficient HVAC system. Visit theyesmancan.com to schedule your appointment. Call now or visit theyesmancan.com for details, terms, and conditions.
Shields is grateful for our customers